May begin.
I am in the area. Yeah, I'm not good at it, but it's one farm. I kind of know about.
Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, April 18th. The time is 2:09 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am Iris Mason, and I'll be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Farmby, Lim, Nash. Commissioner Melendez will be joining us later in the proceedings. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov and clicking the About menu item on the top. Under the About menu, click the Commission Meetings link. Scroll down to the bottom of the Commission Meetings page to find the live stream. We will be following the agenda order. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it over to Irene. She's waving. Or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The commission executive assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for the general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Wave. That's Josie. Thank you. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter or on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it's by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. We ask that you please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We're moving on to item 1 on the agenda, which is a report from the executive director. Ms. Garakian, do you have a report?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners, DCR team. Welcome to our community members, applicants, and licensees. Not just in person, but joining us on the call today. Today is our second annual licensing commission meeting, in which we have about 15 licensees hoping to obtain their annual license. It's fitting that this would take place right before 4/20, an important holiday for the cannabis community. 4/20 is important now as it is ever, and we are able to celebrate open rather than in the shadows for once. I'm urging community members and licensees to celebrate safely, and community members to shop locally and legally. I'm just gonna have a brief update today. 16 other licenses have now obtained their annual license, ushering them into a more permanent and streamlined process. We will continue pushing the rest of our licensees through the process through the end of the year until all of our market has entered into annual licensing. I urge anybody here or on the phone to visit our website to learn about next steps. We have allocated a webpage on the licensing section of our website entirely to the annual licensing process from nuts to bolts. So please visit, and we're going to be updating it, I think, later this week, with a little bit more information about what happens after you have received your annual license. I'm going to go on to social equity. Our social equity program held a very successful in-person training session for social equity operators last week, focusing on financial literacy and looking for investment opportunities. They're going to continue to provide in-person and virtual opportunities and training. So if you are an equity applicant or you want to be an equity applicant, please check our website for more information. Our compliance and enforcement division continues to move forward with inspections, ensuring that every licensed location is adhering to the highest standards for the safety of employees and consumers. I mentioned this 2 weeks ago, but our compliance and enforcement division focuses on a progressive enforcement strategy, which really helps aid the licensee getting up to standard, but holds them to a very high standard. If you want to learn more about that, you can visit our website. Thank you everyone for being here, and I wish everybody a happy 4/20. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the executive director? Okay, that looks like a no. So we're moving on to item 2, commission business. Commissioners, you should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look. Are there any planned absences from any of the commissioners? Okay, hearing no absences, we are moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is the approval of minutes. Minutes were sent for the meeting of April 4th, 2024 for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Commissioner Farby, I move the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Vice President Nash seconds it.
Thank you. Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. With one absence noted.
Yes.
Thank you. We are moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements and updates? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda requests? Okay, hearing none, we will go ahead and open the public comment period. We are now open for general public comment or single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here in the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. Are there any speaker cards or callers?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Mary Chartkoff, you may now approach. Please state your name and the agenda item you're speaking on.
Okay. I'm Mary Chartkoff. I'm speaking on agenda item number 12. I'm
Okay.
asking for you not to
Thank you.
grant
Excuse me, ma'am. You have one item only?
one item.
Okay, you
Yes.
have 1 minute.
I'm asking for you to not grant the annual license for the Green Earth Vitality Corporation. We have had since 2019 multiple criminal behavior, some of which stemming from my house, which is right behind the Green Earth Collective. And the first one was an armed robbery in 2019. Where the person was launching the attacks from my driveway, from our driveway. And then in 2021, there was a killing that happened at the dispensary right on the corner. And my kids were home with all their friends over. And finally, there was just recently, in this past December of 23, a robbery attempt that was launched from our driveway. Again, this was not.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Thank you. And Eli Chartkoff, you are next.
Hi, my name's Eli Chartkoff. I'm speaking on agenda item number 12, just 12 only.
1 minute.
Thank you. I'm also asking you to turn down the annual license for the Green Earth Vitality Corporation. In addition to everything that my wife said, we have a letter here from the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council where they unanimously recommended that the Green Earth Vitality Corporation not receive their annual license. I also have a petition signed by 80 of my neighbors urging the same. I can give them to you if you want to see them. Basically, there has been not insufficient response from the management of the Green Earth Vitality Corporation. Anything they do happens immediately before a meeting like this when they're afraid that a judgment might not go their way. They have not reached out to the neighborhood in a sufficient way. So I'm asking you not to approve their license. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional speaker cards?
There are callers on the queue.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 2263. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Yes, hi, my name is Virginia O'Connor, and I'd like to speak on the agenda item number 12, which is the Green Earth Vitality Group's dispensary, Green Earth Collective, and their license renewal.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, as a neighbor living on Campus Road, to be clear, the entrance to the dispensary is on Campus Road. So as a neighbor living, on the residential street that is Campus Road, I strongly encourage the Cannabis Regulation Commission not to renew their business license. I feel that it would be irresponsible to renew the business license. In the Department of Cannabis Regulation meeting that took place on March 29th, it was shown resoundingly what has been the negative impact that this business has had on the neighbors due to the presence of the dispensary on Campus Road. And also importantly, it has been shown resoundingly that the owners and managers of the dispensary have proven themselves completely incapable of mitigating the negative problems to which we neighbors are exposed. Again, I believe that the only responsible decision that the CRC can make today would be
Thank you,
not
ma'am. Your
to
time is up.
Thank you.
If anyone that's on the virtual call and would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. Caller with the phone number ending in 6278, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Commissioner, my name is Hong Liu. Item is 12, not granting a license to the cannabis store.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Yes, on top of everybody that said that everything about the cannabis store is true. We don't feel safe in our neighborhood. There's a lot of shooting. There's people parked in red, disrupting our flow of traffic. Nothing has been done from the cannabis store other than them making their building look pretty. But regardless, nothing's been done. People are smoking in the car. Bottom line is the neighborhood and campus, the people that lives on Campus Road don't feel safe in their neighborhood.
Thank you.
That's what I want to say.
If anyone that's on the virtual call that would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. President Mason, there are no raised hands.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Both the general public comment agenda item and the single or multiple agenda items are now closed. We are now on to item 4, Neighborhood Council presentations. This is a reminder that any representative from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the Commission Executive Assistant, Ms. Treviso. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We are on to item 5, DCR Core Record Number 100037. This is a request from Los Angeles Valley Caregivers to approve an annual license for a 2,200 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 6130 West Wilshire Boulevard. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Do we have any with the speaker cards, Irene? John Zimmerman, you are welcome to approach at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is John Zimmerman. I am here as a representative of Los Angeles Valley Caregivers, Inc., cannabis organization that has been located at 61.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She misunderstood. We don't have any elected official representatives. Okay, we'll be right back with you. I apologize. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director for the Department of Cannabis Regulation, here for item number 5. Next slide. DCR core record number 100037 is associated with Los Angeles Valley Caregivers, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail storefront with on-site sales license type. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of Los Angeles Municipal Code section and DCR rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of the annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through July 15th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of Municipal Code section 10420 because they are not a social equity applicant. The business premises is located at 6132 Wilshire Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90048, and the parcel is zoned for commercial activities. The business is located within the Wilshire Community Plan Area, which is within Council District number 5. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Mid-City West Neighborhood Council and as well as the council office. This business is not located within the Business Improvement District geography. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting for both the community meeting and the public hearing, which was mailed to owners and occupants within 700 feet of the property. This included noticing the neighborhood council and council office as well. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public had up to 2 minutes to provide public comment for this applicant. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this applicant. This applicant did have a complaint filed against it, as well as a compliance inspection. So at this time, I would like to invite Rocky Wiles, Bureau Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, to the podium, and she can provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this activity.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, Department of Cannabis Regulation, Compliance and Enforcement Division. Regarding this location, on January 25th, 2020, we did receive a complaint alleging that the store was selling fake products and products that were open. We did forward that complaint to the DCC and we did follow up. Yes.
What was the date of the complaint?
The complaint that came into us was on 1/25/2020.
Okay.
Okay, so
4 years ago?
yes, 4 years ago.
Okay.
Not, yeah, we look at everything. So we, as I was saying, that complaint was forwarded to the DCC. They did look into it, did follow up with them, and they conducted their own investigations and found no violation. So as far as that specific complaint about product mislabeling and packaging, that was closed. We did, however, as we do with all the properties with complaints that come to hearing, we are trying to conduct all our compliance inspections. We conducted a compliance inspection on March 20th, 2024. We did find some deficiencies. The vehicle not, their delivery vehicles not being registered with the DCR, missing signatures in their delivery customer receipts. There were some issues with their business premises diagram. I don't believe that they were major. I know that they're working on providing the correct information on those. There was no expansion or anything like that. Again, badges were missing some of the DCR record number, which is a requirement of our regulations. This is summarized in your report. So I'm not going to take, I know we have a long agenda. We issued our notice on April 16th. I believe the applicant is aware of all the deficiencies and they're working with staff to correct them. And I'm here for any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions for Ms. Wiles?
This is Vice President Nash. The report indicates that there were 11 violations. The preface to that, though, was including but not limited to the list of violations. Were there any other violations not included on the report?
No, no. Yeah, procedurally, I hand this a memo with my violations to the licensing team and they summarize it for you on the report. So I do believe that that is, oh yeah, no, yes, that's everything
Thank you.
summarized.
Any other questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. What's the procedure in regards to GPS trackers in the delivery vehicles?
So our regulations require that the GPS system be affixed and be, in the delivery vehicles, not a personal iPad or a personal phone use for GPS. And this is what we're finding out there. A lot of our delivery operators are using personal phones, for their GPS device. So I think that hopefully the word is getting out there and people are equipping the delivery vehicles with the right GPS system.
This is Commissioner Lim again. Why do you need this approved GPS tracking system instead of using the phone?
We're following, actually, we're following the DCC regulation. This is, so we can be more restrictive, but not less restrictive. So even if we wanted to allow a personal phone, which, I mean, to me, I use it all the time, we can't be less restrictive than what the state requires.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we will now hear from the applicant's representative for the applicant's presentation, Mr. Zimmerman. I won't stop you this time.
Good afternoon again. John Zimmerman for Los Angeles Valley Caregivers. Thank you very much.
Mr. Zimmerman, I'm sorry, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, this will be very short and sweet. Los Angeles Valley Caregivers has been in operation at this location since November of 2013. They have operated in a manner of inclusive of the community. They hire people that live in the community that are able to walk to work, and they actually look to be able to support the community. So we are asking for approval of the annual license and for the city to pass the process along. And as with regard to the recent compliance inspection, sorry, Rocky's last name split me for a moment. We received the notice on the 16th, which was 2 days ago. The SOPs, just to give you an idea of how we are looking to, make sure everything's being taken care of. The SOPs have already been updated and corrected and are being submitted to the city. There was some concerns of identifying items within the floor plan that were handwritten. That diagram has been redone so that it's now actually going to be submitted as a proper document with everything typewritten on it. The badges will be redone and the registrations and the requirements. Also, the POS providers that the company works with, they're working with them to get the devices that will be stationary. So to answer your question, Mr. Lim, Commissioner Lim, the devices will be directly from the POS provider with their application. So it will go to the specific vehicle. It's been an issue not only here in Los Angeles, but around the state. And it's been something for a lot of people to really get their grasp the concept of using a specific device for each vehicle. So if there's any questions from the commission, I'm more than happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Nash, do you have a question?
No. Oh, this.
Well, I
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Commissioner Lim, do you have any questions?
Yes. What's the procedure to register a vehicle with a DCR?
So you actually register the vehicle with the California Highway Patrol first. Then you have to go and register and get a motor carrier permit from DMV. And then you have to provide that along with the vehicles, identifying and information along with insurance, workers' comp, and all of the required
How many vehicles did you guys have that was not registered with DCR?
The
During
one,
this
the one
inspection.
delivery vehicle, I believe, is the only one that there was a concern with.
How many vehicles do you have?
There's one vehicle for the company, and then there's the off shop that if the car's out, there has been the case where, you know, an employee will use their own vehicle to do it in the past, but that's not going to happen going forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farmby?
Thanks, Madam President. It's Commissioner Farmby. You received your notice on the 16th. When do you anticipate that you will be in full compliance with all the violations that's been identified?
I believe we have till May 16th to have that done.
And you believe that you-
Easily, as you can see, the SOPs were done by yesterday. You know, we get on top of these items and get them taken care of and knocked out as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, hearing that there are none, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, and I make a motion to adopt a plan for Los Angeles Valley Caregiver, Inc., case number 100037, located at 6130 Wilshire Boulevard.
Thank you. Is there a second?
It's Commissioner Farmby. I second the motion.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
No.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on to item 6, DCR Core Record number 101773. This is a request from Nature's Cure, Inc. to approve an annual license for 6,829 square feet of retail commercial cannabis. Let me restate that. Approve an annual license for a 6,829 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 8740 South Sepulveda Boulevard, Suites 105 and 107. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Thank you, President Mason. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Danica Ballard, and I will present item number 6 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core number 101773 is associated with Nature's Cure, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, license number C10-0000498-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 23rd, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises are located at 8740 Sepulveda Boulevard, number 105, Los Angeles, California, 90045, a parcel zone for a commercial purpose. The business is located in Council District 11 within the Westchester Playa del Rey Community Plan area. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Westchester Playa Neighborhood Council and the Westchester Business Improvement District. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council, business improvement district, and council office. The virtual meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. The public stated that they believe the applicant's presence has benefited the community by providing access to regulated, safe, and high-quality cannabis goods, by providing jobs and for members of the community, by ensuring that its staff is properly trained and knowledgeable about the products in order to help customers make informed decisions, and by maintaining safe and secure environments for their customers, their staff, and their neighbors. There are no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection. So there are no outstanding compliance issues related to this location, DCR, or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR and the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of the annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions pursuant to SEQA guidelines section 15.301 and 15.332, and does not require further analysis based on the exemptions in SEQA guidelines section 153.00.153.00.2. And thus DCR finds that no further SEQA analysis is required. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth at SEQA guidelines section 15301 and 15332, and none of the applicable exemptions to the use of an exemption applied to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of SEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of an annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. Commissioners, I'll start with Commissioner Farmby, or any questions for Ms. Ballard? Vice President Nash?
No.
Commissioner Lim?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? That would be Sergio Cruz. We ask that you please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone and you will have 10 minutes.
Hello, thank you. My name is Sergio Ruiz. I am the general manager of the applicant Ntw.k Incorporated, operating under DBA Medman Alley X. Medman Alley X has been part of the Westchester neighborhood since 2018, and I've been the general manager since the store since 2022. Alley X, we are dedicated to upholding the highest standards of compliance, safety, and service within the cannabis industry. We understand the responsibility that comes with operating within the regulated cannabis market and have implemented robust protocols to ensure full compliance with all local and state regulations governing the sales of cannabis goods. This includes adoption of detailed standard operating procedures for quality control, inventory control, security, and overall business operations, as well as employee training to ensure compliance with these procedures. In addition to our internal compliance team, we work with our outside legal professionals and consultants to make sure our standard operating procedures are up to date, given the ever-changing regulatory landscape. Our team is also committed to fostering a safe and welcoming environment for both our customers and employees. We prioritize education and transparency so that our employees can provide customers with comprehensive information about our products and their effects to ensure responsible consumption. Our store is equipped with comprehensive security measures designed to safeguard against unauthorized access to and theft. We utilize high-resolution surveillance cameras, alarm monitoring services, access control systems with key cards to regulate access to restricted areas, and security guards. These measures help us maintain a secure environment for both our employees and our customers. Our store is also part of the collective bargaining agreement with UFCW Local 770, and we will continue to work hard in hand with UFCW to ensure fair wages, comprehensive benefits, and safe working environments for our employees. Furthermore, we are deeply invested in supporting our local community, from participating in neighborhood cleanup initiatives to supporting local charities. We strive to contribute positively to the areas we serve. Thank you again for your consideration of our application. We are eager to continue serving our customers and contributing to our community and the investment of the regulated cannabis market. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go far. Commissioners, I'll start with Commissioner Lim. Any questions for the applicant?
No.
Commissioner Farmby?
Thanks, Madam President. How you doing?
Good.
Good. How many staff do you currently have?
Currently, we have 13.
13?
Yeah.
And out of the 13, how many provide security services?
So the security service is a third-party service that we do. So all of our 13 staff is just like our associates in management.
Oh, so your direct staff is 13 and then the security services
So we-
contracted?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. And the collective bargaining agreement you have with UFCW 770, what work staff does that cover?
So it's all the non-salary managers.
Non-salary. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice President Nash, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, I do have a question. Medman has been in the news lately.
Yes.
There's been a lot of financial challenges. How has your location been able to survive that?
So I don't have too many details of that. That's more of the corporate side of things. I
Okay.
stay with just the like general sort day-to-day operations.
Mhm.
Our location was one of the ones that hadn't closed. Like, as of right now, we're up in the running normals with new ownership and stuff like that.
Okay, so is it that your store is not as dependent on the parent company as other stores? Because your licensee, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm not a 100% sure about the details of that. Again, it's from our understanding, we are under like new ownership.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, commissioners, absent any other questions, may I have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. For item number 6, DCR core record number 101773 for the business premises located at 8740 South Sepulveda Boulevard, Suite 105/107. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 12, 2024.
Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim. I second that.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on to item 7, DCR core record number 100612. This is a request from Natural Remedies Caregivers to approve an annual license for a 3,818 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 927 Northwestern Avenue. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
At this time, we will hear from department staff.
This is Ntw.k. Ballard. I will present item number 7 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100612 is associated with Natural Remedies Caregivers. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulation and completed all of the requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000424-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 14th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 927 Northwestern Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90029, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in Council District 13 within the Hollywood Community Plan area. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Hollywood Studio District Neighborhood Council. The business is not in a business improvement district. On or about March 7th of 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners of and occupants of all properties within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council, business improvement district, and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. The applicant representatives and employees stated that they enjoy serving the community, working at this location, and feel it provides a safe and welcoming atmosphere. There were no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection, so there are no outstanding compliance issues related with this location, DCR, or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons of LAMC Section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of this annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301 and 15332, and does not require further analysis based on the exceptions in CEQA Guidelines Section 15300.2, and thus DCR finds no further CEQA analysis is required. In conclusion, since this project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth at CEQA Guidelines Section 15301 and 15332, and none of the applicable exemptions to the use of an exemption apply to this project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of an annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. Commissioner Lim, any questions?
No.
Commissioner Nat, Vice President Nash,
No.
Commissioner Farmby?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will hear from, is there a speaker card?
President Mason, I believe the applicant's rep is on the virtual call.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 9983, please state your name and how you represent the applicant. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. Honorable Commission, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Latasha Bonaparte of Enso Law, and along with Leah Liu, we are here on behalf of Natural Remedies Caregiver Incorporation, or NRC. NRC is a Phase 1 free ICO with city and state licenses for retail dispensary and distribution operations, operating at its current location since 2008 at 927 1/2 Northwestern Avenue in the heart of Hollywood as an existing medical marijuana dispensary in Los Angeles. NRC has operated with the mission of providing safe and compliant cannabis to its patients and clients for over the past 17 years. Since its inception, NRC has developed meaningful relationship with its clientele and has ensured that its operations follow strict guidelines to ensure full compliance and quality customer experience for its patrons. To date, NRC has not received a single complaint about its operations from the city or state regulators. NRC also prides itself on its efforts to complement and enhance the quality of life in the surrounding neighborhood. Every effort has been made to ensure maximum security and to proactively prevent any potential nuisance concerns. We ask that this commission adopt DCR's recommendation to approve the annual license, as NRC has met all the conditions required of an annual license, and there are no facts or circumstances that exist to deny this annual license pursuant to section 104.04. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, by show of hands, are there any questions for the representatives?
It's Commissioner Farmby. Ms. Bonaparte, you mentioned that we were not aware of receiving any complaints from the city or from the state. Have you received any complaints from the community or any of the residents in the area?
Hello, Commissioner. I'm Leah Le. I'm working in solo with Latasha. Our client has not received any complaint from anyone, including from the community where they're operating.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lim?
I just want to clarify, this is Commissioner Lim. I just want to clarify that you've been in operation at the same location since 2008. Is that correct?
Yes, they've been operating since 2008 at 927 One House Northwestern Avenue in Los Angeles, in Hollywood.
And you did have a community meeting on March 29, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, we assisted to this meeting and no complaints were raised against the business.
Thank you.
Vice President Nash?
No questions.
This is President Mason. Describe your security protocols, please. I'm aware that at one point, while your business has been in operation, there has been a shooting at that location.
We are not aware of this information.
Okay, the question still stands regarding your security protocols.
So we have one security guard that is working on the premises during the operating hours, and there's never been any shooting.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
We have one security guard working at the premises during operating hours, and there's never been any shooting. We're not aware of any shooting. We don't think there has been any shooting in the past.
Okay, I'll ask the department to look into that, because that is not my understanding. But thank you. Commissioners, any other
Thank you.
questions? Okay, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim for item number 7, DCR core record number 100612 for the business premises located at 927 Northwestern Avenue I make a move to adopt the staff recommendation.
It's Vice President Nash. I second the motion.
Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Abstain. Can I say, okay, it's a no.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 8. Bear with me. And it is
If we-
DCR core record number
Commissioner
10.
President Mason, if we could, Commissioner Melendez has just arrived.
Thank you.
Sorry, we'll just wait for him to sit down. Thank you.
We are on item 8, DCR core record number 100622. This is a request from Koreatown Collective LLC to approve an annual license for a 1,100 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 7382 West Melrose Avenue. Are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Thank you, President Mason. Good afternoon. My name is Danica Baller, and I will present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100622 is associated with Koreatown Collective LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000483-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 21st, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 7382 Melrose Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90046, a parcel zone for commercial purposes. The business is located in Council District 5 within the Hollywood Community Plan area. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Mid-City West Neighborhood Council and the Melrose Business Improvement District. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meetings by mail to the owners and occupants of the property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council, business improvement district, and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written comments provided by the public in favor of the applicant or against the applicant. There were no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection. So there are no outstanding compliance issues related to the location, DCR, or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reason in LAMC Section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of the annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301 and 15332, and does not require further analysis based on the exemptions of CEQA guidelines, section 15300.2. And thus, DCR finds no further CEQA analysis is required. In conclusion, since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth at CEQA guidelines, section 15301 and 15332, and none of the applicable exemptions to the use of an exemption applied to this project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Will the applicant's representatives, we have two, please approach the podium. Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, my name is Janice Hardoon. I've been the owner-operator of Koreatown Collective since 2008. I was very active in Prop D, Measure M legislation as we worked through the city throughout the years. I always really believed in education and knowledge for the premise of using medical cannabis. We've abided by all the rules or regulations. Anything that was brought to our attention that was a deficiency whatsoever, we immediately corrected. I worked very closely with the Wilshire Division, my police station officer Kylie, to make sure that everything was running compliantly, legally, and setting a good face to the medical cannabis community. Looking forward into the recreational market. We'd like to continue our education and being part of our community and serving the different people that need or would like to use medical cannabis in a very effective way.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jay Handel. I am the newly entering COO of this collective. I'm also one of the owners of the Herbal stores in Los Angeles, as well as the Woods in West Hollywood. And we plan to bring our ethos and what we do to this collective to bring it up into the community and make it a much better collective in the community. At K-Town, our focus is compliance, customer service, public safety, and just being a good neighbor. I, as a 14-year member of the West LA Neighborhood Council and being former chair and still budget member for the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, work very closely with all the departments, and we try to make sure we work very closely with LAPD, with all of our partners in the neighborhood to ensure a very safe area. We understand the importance of maintaining the highest level of compliance and the laws governing the sale and distribution of our cannabis goods. We recognize that adherence to these regulations is not only a legal obligation, but also a fundamental aspect of operating ethically and responsibly within our community. To ensure compliance, we have implemented comprehensive policies and procedures that govern every aspect of our operations, from inventory management to sales practices. Our team undergoes regular training sessions to stay up to date with any changes in regulations and to enforce the importance of compliance in our activities. As members of the community, we believe it's essential for us to support and look out for our neighbors. Our store's protective stance on security, including sharing camera footage with LAPD, making our community more secure for all of our neighbors. Our security guards' vigilance extends beyond our own business to ensure the safety of our neighbors. Whether it's keeping an eye on activity during closed hours or promptly reporting any suspicious activity, our security guards are committed to maintaining a safe environment for all of us. We do contributions in the community back to diversion programs, and we are always open to extending to additional NGOs, nonprofits in the area as part of our commitment to the community. So I would just like to thank you for your time. We look forward to your approval, and as commissioners in the city, thank you for your service.
Thank you. Commissioner Farnby, any questions for the applicants?
Yes, Madam President. Can you all just state your names for the record? I'm sorry, I didn't. And your role?
Janice, Janice, Hardoon, Hardoon.
Jay, Handle, Handal.
Thank you. You mentioned that you all make contributions to the community. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So all of our stores work with local NGOs in the area and with LAPD. All the divisions in LAPD have diversion programs, they have cadet programs, and we work very closely with them, the Wilshire Division, and specifically, West Area Division with Area Commander Jonathan Tom. Worked with him in West LA when he was our captain, worked with him in West Bureau throughout the area, now coming into K-Town. This is an opportunity for us to spread into the K-Town area and do exactly what we do in the other stores that we have in Venice, in South Robertson, and in the Pico Centinela area. I also chair the homeless committee for the 14 neighborhood and community councils on the west side, and we do a lot of work with homelessness through the council office, through LAPD, LASA, St. Joseph Center, all of the various agencies that support trying to get the unhoused back into housing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Melendez. Any questions for the applicant?
None.
Thank you. Vice President Nash,
No questions.
Commissioner Lim?
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all again.
Do I have a motion?
This is Commissioner Farnby. For item number 8, DCR core record number 100622. For the applicant Koreatown Collective LLC, located at 7382 West Melrose Avenue. I move to adopt the staff recommendation as stated.
Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 9, DCR core record number 101775. This is a request from Advanced Patients Collective to approve an annual license for a 4,974 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 735 South Broadway Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected official representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
This is Denny Capeller, and I will present item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101775 is associated with the Advanced Patients Collective. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-00000499-LIC to conduct retail and on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 23rd, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 735 Broadway Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90014, a parcel zone for commercial purposes. The business is located in Council District 14 within the Central City Community Plan area. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Downtown Los Angeles Neighborhood Council and the Historic Core Business Improvement District. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council, business improvement district, and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written comments provided by the public in favor or against the applicant. On February 27th, 2024, DCR was notified that the retail location at 735 South Broadway Avenue is temporarily closed to the public while the company evaluates its financial needs and restructures. There were no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted an annual compliance inspection. So there are no outstanding compliance issues related with this location, DCR, or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing factors or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of the annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301 and 15332, and does not require further analysis based on the exceptions in CEQA guidelines section 15300.2, and thus DCR finds no further CEQA analysis is required. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth at CEQA guidelines section 15301 and 15332, and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption applied to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of an annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Ballard? I just have one question, Mrs. President Mason. So you mentioned that they were closed at one point. Have they reopened for business?
They are temporarily closed. They have not reopened.
Do we know when they anticipate reopening or?
I don't
I
have
can
an
ask them.
estimated date at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioners?
This Vice President Nash, has the department seen the letter from the DLANC dated April 9, 2024?
Yes, we have.
And that neighborhood council requested several conditions being added to the approval. Does the department have an opinion regarding any of those suggested conditions?
The department is not recommending any conditions be imposed on this business at this time.
And why would that be? And I looked at these conditions and I see that some of them, you know, already aren't allowed or already are required. But one of them in particular I looked at was condition 4, that the applicant shall develop a queuing/crowd management plan for the public right of way. Do you know anything about any concerns about, you know, the lines causing any problems on the right of way?
We've heard complaints when it gets busy about the lines queuing up and just the ability to pass on the sidewalk. But in terms of keeping them close to the building and the entrance, that would effectively be as much as they could do to mitigate what the line would be. The commission has the ability to impose conditions intended to address public safety concerns. So if there was a public safety related concern stemming from the queuing of the line, that would be something. And I think we would have to go back to look to see what type of condition could be recommended to this commission. But we haven't drafted any recommendations to address anything public safety related, which would be under the consideration of the commission.
Thank you.
Commissioners Farmby, Melendez, any questions?
I have a question. This is Commissioner Melendez. With condition 3 on the said memorandum that we all received, any amplified or outdoor noise shall be mitigated such that it will remain in compliance with the LA noise ordinance. Now, does that suggest or mean that there are outdoor speakers on the premises?
It suggests that there is outdoor speakers, which would then, when compliance goes out, if they notice the outdoor speakers, they would ask them to remove those outdoor speakers.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farmby.
I have none at this time, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the applicant's representative present? Okay.
We don't have a speaker card, but there is a raised hand in the virtual call.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 9199, please state your name and how you represent the applicant.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Carr, and I am the Senior Licensing and Compliance Manager for MedMen. Making sure everyone can hear me.
Yes, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Advanced Patients Collective, also known as MedMen Downtown LA, is very grateful for the consideration of license approval from DCR. As a licensed dispensary since 2018, we've been honored to serve the community in downtown Los Angeles. We pride ourselves on being a good neighbor, compliant establishment, and positive contributor in the industry. MedMen has always run downtown LA following all laws and regulations with adequate security, including state-of-the-art surveillance and proper age verification and limited access controls. We have necessary odor control procedures, robust SOPs, compliant products, complete record retention, required signage, and renowned retail service and education for our customers and patients. We sincerely appreciate your consideration for approval and are eager to continue to serve the community. Thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Lim, any questions for the applicant?
Yes, this is Commissioner Lim. Have you seen the conditional approval by the Los Angeles Downtown Neighborhood Council?
We have not.
They agree to approve the project as long as there's 6 conditions. And except for condition number 1, which is storefront of ground floor retail retain transparency at all times to allow for eyes on the street and pedestrian safety. And condition number 5, which is applicant provide additional security at the retail floor and building frontage. The remaining conditions seems to be more or less comply with the law that's required, i.e. noise level under noise ordinance, crowd management, ADA pathway, and you comply with LAMC 104 and all other regulatory requirements. My question is, have you been cited for any violations from the city, police, or county?
No, we have not.
Okay. Can you address the issue of what is your security at the retail floor level?
We have a security guard, we have an alarm system, we have commercial grade locks, we have everything following all state and local regulations.
And has your security system been approved by standard operation procedure?
Yes.
Now, I understand that your store is closed. Why is your store closed at this time?
Correct. We're undergoing a restructuring, and we actually have on the call as well our restructuring officer, Richard Ormond. So I'm going to pass it to him to give you some more color. Richard, we can unmute Richard and give him a chance to speak.
Commissioners, this is the city attorney. I just wanted to note for the record that your commission assistant notes that there may potentially be an additional representative for the applicant. Maybe at this point, we should give her an opportunity to see if that person is here, and then you could ask additional questions of that individual as well.
Do you want to
Yes,
continue with the question for this representative?
Is the additional representative?
No, they're on the virtual call. There's
They're
a
on the
raised
virtual.
hand.
Okay.
So, but I can mute her in the meantime and check if the other person with the raised hand is the other rep.
Okay, you can verify.
Thank you. Caller with phone number ending in 0515, please state your name and how you represent the applicant. Caller with phone number ending in 0515, please state your name and how you represent the applicant. Okay, it looks like they're not responding, so I'll unmute the other caller.
Commissioner Lim, would you restate your question, please?
One second, Commissioner Lim, let me make sure she's unmuted. There. Jessica,
Hi.
can you
Yes,
hear us?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe he's having technical issues. Sorry about that.
This is Commissioner Lin. My question was, I understand that your place is closed because of remodeling, and I was wondering when the remodel will be done and you'll be ready to open.
Oh, it's not remodeling, it's restructuring our financial needs of the company. So it underwent a complete financial and operational restructuring. So right now, most of our stores are temporarily closed.
This is part of med
Yes.
bankruptcy.
Med, correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Hello, this is President Mason. So earlier you said you all had not received a copy of the April 9th letter of support with conditions from the Neighborhood Council. Were you all present at the Neighborhood Council meeting on April 9th where your application was discussed?
We were.
And were you made aware at that time that they were going to support with conditions?
We were, sorry, yeah.
Okay, and
I
did you
haven't
have
received
any
the official
response to the
letter.
Neighborhood Council with respect to the conditions that they have set forth?
I believe most of them we are already abiding by, so I think we would have to review it in person. But for example, the outdoor noise, we don't have speakers. I think they already talked about the lines and security. It's all within the best possible we can do on the sidewalk, being out of the public way. But I think we would have to go through each one, but from what I understand, a lot of them don't apply, or we're currently following all regulations.
And I guess because you are closed for business, it is hard to adhere to conditions that aren't really
Currently, right.
applicable right now. But
Mhm.
I would just request that when you do reopen, you give this your attention and urgency and report back to the neighborhood council on where these items stand, please.
Of course.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Vice President Nash. Again, referring to that April 9, 2024 letter from the Downtown Los Angeles Neighborhood Council. I keep looking at that condition 4, which reads applicant shall develop a queuing/crowd management plan for the public right of way and will ensure any barricades, stanchions, or crowd management devices provide adequate ADA path of travel on the sidewalk. To me, that sounds like a public safety concern. And I was hoping you could describe right now, when things get busy and there's a lot of people waiting to get in your establishment, what do you do currently, or if you were open, or what have you done in the past to mitigate any adverse impacts of a crowd in front of your establishment?
Right. I think what they do is try to keep the line as close to the building to be out of the public right of way. I think the queuing of allowing just a certain amount, obviously, of capacity and for security reasons. So we're just unable to obviously let too many people in at once. So I think it's just about keeping space, having a security guard also outside present, and making sure perhaps another retail staffer is there to make sure the line doesn't get out of hand or is unruly or loud. But it's really the most in our control that we could handle, aside from, telling people to go away.
This is Vice President Nash again. So you have in the past already been attempting to make sure that the line doesn't block the sidewalk and people are able to pass by safely?
Correct. All of our locations. It's a really important piece to be a good neighbor. So we're very hyper aware of that. And especially when COVID regulations were super strict, we kind of always have kept that intact.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I see here that the applicant is Advanced Patients Collective. And how is the Advanced Patient Collective associated with MedMen?
It's the legal entity name for MedMen downtown LA.
Can you repeat that, please?
It's the legal entity name. So it's the company that owns MedMen, has different locations and different stores, but there's a legal entity name for each location.
I believe department staff has clarification.
That's the legal name of the entity that applied for the license. So a MedMen subsidiary owns the applicant so that they would be the owner. So generally with commercial cannabis businesses, you see a structure where you have the applicant entity as one entity type, and then that applicant is owned by one or more different entities, and that gives them the opportunity to raise capital or to structure themselves in a way that allows for them to maximize the business write-offs associated with, because commercial cannabis activity is not, recognized by the federal government. So general business related transactions are not deductible on their IRS transactions. So having different entities own the location where the business is operating, management companies, et cetera, give them a way to write off legitimate business expenses, while the business expenses incurred by the applicant entity are really limited to just the commercial cannabis related things. so that they pay the minimum amount of taxes allowed.
Commissioner Lim.
To
I'm
follow
sorry.
up,
I'm sorry. Were you-
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
thank you. To follow up on the, when the corporate structure, when MedMen is the parent company, does it need approval from your department for that corporate structure?
Yes, as part of the review of the legal business entity record for the applicant, we look at the owners and indirect owners of that applicant. So MedMen subsidiaries and different entities that have MedMen within the name are part of the approved ownership structure and indirect ownership structure for this applicant entity.
And then a follow-up question. Is there an effect on the license if the retail store is closed like this one? Similar to an ABC license, if it closes, the license, ABC license gets suspended or is questioned.
Yeah, so the onus is on the applicant and licensee to notify the department when they're not going to be in operation, so that we know that if there's a call for service or something else, it may be unrelated to the actual licensee. So the applicant met that burden by notifying their analysts that they have ceased operations temporarily. They can cease operations for up to 180 days. And then after that point, DCR may choose not to renew their license, but DCR has the discretion to grant them an extension of time. So if somebody had to do tenant improvements or other things, they're doing corporate restructuring, they're trying to raise capital to reopen, that is something legitimate as long as they communicate it to us. We can go ahead and allow for them to temporarily shutter, and then they can give us progress updates.
This is Commissioner Lim again. In regards to 180 days, once that 180 day is up, does the applicant need to make a affirmative step for an extension, or is that something the DCR does on its own?
So Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director, Department of Cannabis Regulation. The applicant and their assigned analysts are normally in communication, and the assigned analyst tries to follow up every 30 to 60 days to see what the status of the applicant is. And as part of those conversations, there's that ongoing, are you imminently going to open, or do you need additional time? And if they do need additional time and they provide that, notice to DCR, we do grant those extensions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Commissioner Melendez, pointing back on Commissioner Lim's. So with the ABC, when you shutter for a little bit and you're doing stuff, you surrender your license. You don't suspend your license. You surrender it. Is there a form for that as well for the cannabis, or is it just as you just stated right now? Is that the way it works?
That's the way it works. So the licenses are issued and they're valid for the entire calendar year in which they're issued. And then we start the renewal process in September. So in the instance where an applicant's not utilizing a license, we can work with them. And if they are going to plan to reopen the following calendar year, we would allow for them to submit their renewal. We did amend the code that allows for an expired license to be refiled. So if somebody plans on closing for multiple years, we would expire the license and then they would have up to 3 years to come back into the process. But for commercial cannabis businesses, there's a distancing between applicants and licensees of 700 feet. So if they were to surrender the license, that could impact their ability to reopen at the location, because another applicant would then have the ability to apply. And if they did, of course, and it creates the buffer of 700 feet, it could preclude a licensee from reopening later, which is why we don't have them surrender licenses like they do for ABC.
So then expired would be the term that would be used.
Correct.
This is President Mason. Assistant Manager Colleen, when we say they have 90 days, is that 90 business days or 90? I'm sorry, I think you said 120, didn't you?
180.
180. So is that calendar days or business days?
Calendar days.
Calendar days. Okay, thank you. All righty. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, this is President Mason. I am going to move that we continue this item to a future date for consideration. And I'm going to propose that we continue it for 30 days. So that would be approximately the May 16th, 2024 meeting. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on item 10, DCR Core Record Number 101778. This is a request from MME Cyon Retail Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 4,629 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 111 South Robertson Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Thank you. This is Danica Ballard, and I will present item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101778 is associated with MME Cyon Retail, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000426-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 15th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. The business premises is located at 110 Robertson Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90048, a parcel zone for commercial purposes. The business is located in Council District 5 within the Wilshire Community Plan area. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Mid-City West Neighborhood Council. The business is not in a business improvement district. On or about March 7, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council, business improvement district, and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One written comment provided by the public was against the applicant, blaming the applicant for attracting the homeless to the neighborhood, which drives out business. On March 8th, 2024, DCR was notified that the retail location at 110 Robertson Boulevard is temporarily closed to the public while the company evaluates its financial needs and restructures. There were no complaints filed against this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection, so there are no outstanding compliance issues related to this location, DCR or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny the annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of this annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301 and 15332, and does not require further analysis based on the exemptions in CEQA guidelines, section 15300.2, and thus DCR finds no further CEQA analysis is required. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements of the categorical exemption as set forth at CEQA guidelines, section 15301 and 15332, and none of the applicable exemptions to the use of the exemption applied to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. Are there any questions for Ms. Ballard from the commission? Commissioner Lim,
No.
Vice President Nash,
No questions.
Commissioner Farmby?
Clarification, did you mention it was currently closed?
It's temporarily closed.
Temporarily, do we know why?
This is another one of the MedMen locations that's undergoing restructuring.
Thank you.
Commissioner Melendez?
How long has it been shuttered?
Since March 8th, 2024.
And it's also part of the MedMen.
Yes.
Assistant Director Colleen, how close are we to the 180-day mark on this one?
We're like 45 days in, so we've still got approximately 4 more months before they would request their first extension. And then that would probably be made sometime before the start of the renewal season, which will start on September 2nd.
Thank you. Commissioner Farmby? Next your question, I'm sorry. Okay, do we have anyone here on behalf of this applicant? Do I have speaker cards? Are they on
There is
virtual?
no speaker card, but I believe it was the same person that spoke for the previous item. If the representative for item number 10 is on the virtual call, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Caller with phone number ending in 9199, please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Hello, this is Jessica Carr again. I'm the Senior Licensing and Compliance Manager for MedMen.
Yes, you have 10 minutes.
And Cyon Retail Inc. is grateful for the consideration of the license approval from DCR. As a licensed dispensary since 2018, we've been honored to serve the community in West LA. We pride ourselves on being a good neighbor, compliant establishment, and positive contributor in the industry. MedMen has always on Beverly Hills, following all laws and regulations with adequate security, including state-of-the-art surveillance and proper age verification and limited access protocols, necessary odor control procedures, robust SOPs, compliant products, complete record retention, required signage, a recycling program, and renowned retail service and education for our customers and patients. We sincerely appreciate your consideration for approval and are eager to continue to get back to serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Melendez, any questions for the applicant?
Not at the present.
Commissioner Farmby?
None at the moment.
Vice President Nash?
No questions.
Commissioner Lim?
Yes, this is Commissioner Lim. Were you present at the March 7, 2024 community meeting?
March 7th. I will make sure before I say.
No, I'm sorry, it was March 29, 2024.
Oh, okay.
The virtual community meeting was held on March 29.
Yes, correct, on the 29th, yes.
And then did the person that complained tell you why they believed that your facility was attracting homeless people to the neighborhood?
I don't recall why.
Do you see any relationship between
Yeah.
your store and homelessness to the neighborhood?
I don't. I don't. I don't know how to respond.
In the past, was there any complaints about homelessness near your retail store?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. Ms. Carr, any estimation as to when you all will reopen for business?
I think the goal is within 30 days from now. But I don't have an exact date.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
President Mason, we have another caller on the virtual call. It might be the other rep. You may engage. Caller with phone number ending in 0515. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
My name is Richard Ormond. I am the Chief Restructuring Officer of Medmen's corporate parent.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carr had she only used up 1 minute, so your remainder is 9 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to answer some of the questions about the corporate structure and restructuring that's taking place with the company. The company engaged me in late January 23rd, 2024, to look at the company and its finances. As people know in the media, there has been reports of MedMen having financial troubles. I was brought in to help assist with those troubles and hoped to rectify many of those issues. One of the questions that was asked earlier about the Sepulveda store, and this applies to many of the stores, is that the stores themselves, when taken away from the corporate structure, actually operate quite well and make money and serve the community and serve their purpose. So my goal has been to try to isolate those operations at the various different locations, which are the downstream companies that are owned by the corporate parent, and have them be self-sufficient. And part of the closing of the stores was to reassess each of the stores to make sure that they could be compliant and that they could meet their financial goals through this process. There are a number of creditors of the company, particularly at the corporate level, and we are working with them hand in hand to try to resolve some of those obligations and to have the ability to have these stores move forward. To that end, there's a large, very complicated plan to restructure the company's finances, work with the secured lenders that have lent money to the company, and have most of the locations that are currently in operation and properly licensed and permitted to continue as going concerns and to operate as MedMen locations going forward. I'm happy to answer any questions about the restructuring. I don't know if 9 minutes will cover it, but hopefully I can give everyone enough comfort to know that the company is moving in the right direction to rectify a lot of the historical issues that it dealt with over the last few years.
Thank you, Mr. Ormond. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. Were you appointed by the court as a restructuring officer, or were you hired by MedMen as a restructuring officer?
It's a great question, actually, and it's actually a combination of both. I was hired by the board of directors to replace management in total. So the C-suite was pretty much emptied out in January, and I took over. Right now, there is a motion pending before the LA Superior Court to convert me from a chief restructuring officer into an actual formal receiver to be able to use the powers of the California court to effectuate this restructuring. A very pointed question and very appropriate.
There's Commissioner Lim again. Who is making the motion on, which entity is making the motion to appoint you as a receiver instead of being a restructuring officer?
So it's actually the company itself. It's under the Corporations Code. A company can place itself into receivership when it is facing a restructuring, an insolvency, or dissolution situation. And in this instance, it's an insolvency situation. So we're using the powers of the state court to help in that restructuring. As all of us know, cannabis remains illegal at the federal level, and unfortunately, the bankruptcy courts are federal courts, and so MedMen cannot go into federal bankruptcy court to restructure its business. So we have to do the next best thing, which is to use the powers of the state court and the California laws that date back about 150 years that predated bankruptcy to allow it to restructure.
Thank you very much. That answered my next question.
Thank
No,
you.
perfect.
Any other questions?
This is Commissioner Farnaby. How long have you been in this current restructuring position?
Since January 23rd, 2024. So not very long, about 60 days, I would say. Maybe longer, almost 90 days now, sorry.
And then can you explain or provide to us what's the anticipated timeline in which you all believe you will kind of have the financial situation rectified?
So another great question. At the store level, which is the most important for these proceedings, I'm hoping that within 60 days we will have solutions to most of the LA-based stores, if not all the LA-based stores. There are out-of-state locations which will take longer, but the California-based stores, particularly in Los Angeles, should be rectified within 60 days, maybe 90 days on the outside. But the plans are already in place. We're just waiting for the court approval to allow us to effectuate those plans. So once the court gives us the approval, which I expect to have as soon as next week, we can then move to restructure those local businesses that are operating at these locations.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Commissioner Melendez. So this location here at 110 South Robertson Boulevard is applying for their license. It's been shuttered since March the 8th. If we, I believe Jessica stated that they're looking at something within 30 days. You're stating it might take something up to 60 days. So we're looking at a May 23rd or a mid-June reopening day. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm actually shooting to reopen before June 1st, quite frankly. So Jessica's analysis was spot on, and that would allow the store to open and be available to the public. The restructuring behind the scenes, which would not be for publicly facing through the store itself, might take a little bit longer. But my goal is to actually have the retail operations up and running before that June 1st date.
One more question for you. This is Commissioner Melendez again. Are you involved with the Advanced Patient Collective as well?
Yes.
No more questions.
And subject to the same analysis that I provided earlier.
Thank you.
So this is Commissioner Farnaby again. Are you overseeing all of the California operation, all of the stores? Are you the point person in the same position for all of the California
Yes.
stores?
That is correct.
Can you search your name for the record again, please?
Yes, it's Richard, Richard, and last name is Ormond, Ormond, And my company that is was engaged to do this is called Stone Blossom Capital LLC.
Could you repeat that one? Get Stone what?
Stone Blossom Capital LLC. So stone like a rock, and then blossom like a flower, and capital, and then LLC.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. At this time, I am going to move that we continue this item to May 16th. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Farmbee. I second the motion.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee, how do you vote? Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 4:04. We will now take a 15-minute recess and we will resume in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The time is 4:26 PM and we're back on the record.
Hi, this is Emily Wada from the City Attorney's Office. I just wanted to clarify for the record with President Mason on agenda item number 7, that there was no request for a DCR report back.
That is correct. There is no request for a DCR report back.
Thank you. And also I wanted to clarify with agenda item number 9 that the motion to continue the item was to the next meeting of May 16th. Is that correct?
That is correct, May 16th.
Josie, do you want to ask for a revote on that, just to make that evident?
Sure. Is there a motion to continue this item?
Yes, the motion is to continue this item until our May 16th meeting.
Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Farley, second.
Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Emily from the City Attorney's Office. Again, I'd like to say with your upcoming agenda item for number 11 on DCR core record number 120608, that unfortunately there was a scrivener's error in the agenda notice for the address of the business premises. So this matter was not properly agendized under the Ralph M. Brown Act. Therefore, it cannot be considered at today's meeting. So there should be this motion or this matter should be continued to another meeting date.
Does there need to be a motion?
Yes.
Okay, this is President Mason. I move that we continue item number 12, DCR core
Item
record.
number 11.
I'm sorry. That's because I've turned the page already. DCR core item number 11. DCR core record number 120608. It is moved that we continue this item to the May 16th meeting.
Wait, actually, Commissioner Mason, if you'd like, you can continue to the next meeting, which would also be May 2nd. Is that correct, Assistant Director Colleen?
The department is requesting the item get continued to the June 6th Cannabis Commission meeting. This applicant recently completed a relocation. So we have to remail the notice for their new preferred location that they will be pursuing the annual license. Then we'll conduct the community meeting and then we can update the report and bring it back to this body.
Thank you, Mr. Colleen.
This is President Mason. It is moved that item number 11, DCR core record number 120608 be continued to the June 6, 2024 commission meeting. Is there a second?
Sorry, Commissioner Farmby, second.
Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 12, DCR core record number 101742. This is a request from Green Earth Vitality Corporation to approve an annual license for a 2,300 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 4801 East York Boulevard. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. We will now hear from department staff at this time.
Good afternoon, Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director for the Department of Cannabis Regulation, here to present on item number 12. DCR core record number 101742 is associated with Green Earth Vitality Corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the municipal code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales by the state of California, which is active through July 21st of 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 10420 because they are not a social equity applicant. The business premises is located at 4801 York Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90042, which is zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan Area, which is located within Council District 14. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council. The business is not in a business improvement district. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice to the community meeting and public hearing before this Cannabis Regulation Commission by mail to the owners and occupants of all properties within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council and council office. The virtual meeting, the virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, oral and written comments provided by the public in favor of the applicant stated that they enjoy shopping at this location, provide quality jobs, a staple in the community, and feel it provides a safe and welcoming atmosphere. However, the oral and written comments provided by the public in opposition of the applicant stated that the customers sometimes smoke nearby after leaving the premises. Serious problems, including a fatal shooting, attempted arson, robbery, verbal abuse of neighbors, parking complications, trash problems, and proximity to single-family homes as their reason for opposition. The Los Angeles Police Department has 2 police forts associated with this location. On November 22nd, 2020, a security guard working at Green Earth Collective was involved in an argument with customers over COVID-19 protocols. The security guard was punched by 2 suspects. The second incident occurred on June 17th, 2021. Officers from LAPD's Northeast Division responded to a shooting at 4801 York Boulevard. Upon their arrival, they discovered 2 males suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. The victim was walking out of a dispensary when the suspect entered and a verbal dispute began. The security guard working at the dispensary attempted to separate and de-escalate both parties. The suspect produced a revolver from his waistband and pointed it at the victim. The suspect then pistol whipped the victim once in the head. The suspect then fired at the security guard, striking him multiple times. The security guard returned fire and struck the suspect multiple times on the torso. The suspect was pronounced dead at the hospital. The LAPD investigation regarding the shooting concluded that the security guard acted in self-defense and no criminal charges were filed. LAPD has not submitted any reports and/or documentation to DCR stating the applicant creates a significant public safety concern. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons stated in Municipal Code Section 10404 as documented by a law enforcement agency, which is the threshold. The staff reports list a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons listed. Thus, DCR will recommend the commission approve the issuance of this annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. And we have no reason to believe that the business would not be eligible for an exemption as set forth in those guidelines under Section 15300.2. At this time, I would like to invite Rocky Wiles, Bureau Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, who's in attendance and is available to provide an overview of compliance-related activities for this application.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. The history for this, for 4801 East York Avenue, in regards to compliance and enforcement, begins back in 2018. We have received a total of 86 complaints since 2018. The They basically opened, I believe, somewhere in the middle of 2018. So from August 2018 until the end of 2019, we received most of the complaints were in that period. Let me look at this. 53% of the complaints, yes, were received between August 2018 and December of 2019, which is basically the period immediately following the opening of that location. The majority of the complaints were about excessive traffic in the neighborhood, customers smoking cannabis in public, either walking around or sitting in their cars, and strong cannabis odor. In addition, there were several complaints about the businesses not having the contact information for the required neighborhood liaison. So in 2020, we received 6 complaints in that year. 4 of those complaints were related to cars blocking residential driveways. 1 complaint involved the applicant's failure to post the DCR cannabis permit. And the last complaint was in June 2020, which alleged that the operator was admitting customers into the business with expired IDs. That was during the pandemic. So there was a comment in one of the complaints that it had to do with COVID, and people not being able to renew those licenses. In 2021, we received 20 complaints. 10 of those complaints, again, were about traffic congestion in the neighborhood. And following the fatal shooting that Jason spoke about back in June of 2021, we received 10 complaints about increased criminal activity in the neighborhood. So after the shooting, we received 10 more complaints in that year regarding criminal activity. As Jason mentioned, the LAPD investigation for the shooting concluded that the security guard acted in self-defense and there were no criminal charges filed against the security guard. In 2022, we received 13 complaints. 10 of those were about customers, again, parking illegally, double parking, blocking residential driveways, etc. And 2 complaints involved trash and debris. And there was 1 complaint about people smoking pot outside of the business. And there were no complaints in 2023. In 2024, March, we received 1 complaint, and I believe you heard from that member of the public about somebody trying to break into the business from her driveway. That was the complaint that we received in March 2024. February 15th is when my staff conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises. And we sent out the notice to correct following that inspection on April 8th. The notice to correct had, if you give me a second, please. We have a total of 6 deficiencies. And I don't consider any of these deficiencies particularly that they weren't big violations in my view, and they were easy to correct. Now, the one thing that I wanted to make sure my staff checked was the neighborhood liaison, because there were, through the years, there have been several complaints about them not having that information posted for the public. And that was there. That's not one of the things that we cited them for. So at least we know that was taken care of. The violations were the ID, the employee IDs didn't have the DCR license number. And the business premises diagram, again, there were no expansions. It was just some of the features in the business premises, like there were a couple of doorways that weren't shown on the business premises diagram that they need to fix. So those, to us, there were minor deficiencies that can be corrected easily. They didn't have a log to keep track of non-employees into limited access areas. And there was, and they were missing also the signature on delivery receipts from the customer. That is the history of the compliance and enforcement for this location. If you have any questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner Farmby.
Thank you, Madam President. Did I hear correctly that since 2018 that there were 86 complaints?
Yes. Yes, you heard correctly.
And with the exception of 2023, where there was 0 complaints, there were complaints every year thereafter and before.
Yes.
And these complaints has been filed, were they through the portal or do you know how?
They're all through the portal.
All through.
Yeah, if we receive by email, then my staff will go ahead and input it in the portal.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Lim.
It's
I'm
Vice
sorry.
President Dash.
I
Oh.
saw his hand first. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I recognized his
Oh.
hand first. I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
It looks like this applicant changed some policy because in 2023, there was no complaints. Do we know what they did to alleviate all these complaints that they had prior to 2023?
I don't know that. Hopefully they can answer those questions for you. Yeah, I don't know what they did. Yeah, when I looked at every single complaint, when you just step back and look at all the complaints, it seems that it's, a lot of the parking, people blocking driveways. They don't like the increased traffic due to the store. Like I said, 53% of those 86 complaints were received between the end of 2019 and the end of 2018 to 2019.
This is Commissioner Lim again. In terms of when you did your inspection, you noticed that there were 6 violations that was set forth. Is that considered to be average number of violations when you do your inspection, or is that considered to be high end or low end?
So as you know, we just started our compliance inspection program. So my experience, it's based on, I would say like a dozen, maybe, a little bit over a dozen notices that we have issued. Based on those, I would say that this is on the lower side with the 6 deficiencies. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any other question for staff? Commissioner Melendez?
When you did your inspection, did you notice if they had a adequate security system with cameras and position so they can see what's happening outside and inside as well?
Yes, yes. So my staff is very, very thorough. They take 2 to 3 hours at these inspections, and they do check everything that has to do with the security system. They go through it, and if it's not in here, then it was working as it should. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? I'm sorry. Vice President. Left. I saved the best for last.
The report indicates that all the complaints are closed. What does that mean? And can you elaborate a little bit on whether or not they were investigated? Were they determined to be valid or invalid?
Yes. So as I mentioned, most of the complaints had to do with parking. And so anything that has to do with parking congestion, people parking on red zones, we have to close those. With the reasoning for that is that they're not related to commercial cannabis activity. And is not anything that we have any jurisdiction over. So we have to close them based on that. We did look at the neighborhood council liaison information that is under our jurisdiction, but that information was posted. So that was closed because that particular complaint was not substantiated. So that's why that was closed. We looked at every single one. Yes. And every single one has been closed especially now that we've done the compliance inspection. We, like Jason mentioned, LAPD was involved because there were some shootings. So, but anything that has to do with criminal activity, that is deferred to LAPD. But as of today, there is no open complaints for this location. And, my staff, when they went out there, they seemed to think that it was, it was a good operation. I did ask, just because I knew this was coming up.
and building on.
Thank you. One of the complaints that was repeated in multiple years was that the business did not have the contact information for the required neighborhood liaison available. Did the department determine whether or not that complaint was valid?
No, at the time, we didn't have a division or people to conduct compliance inspections or go out to the site. So it wasn't until this year that we were able to, verify that, just like with all the other complaints,
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, I think we're done. Great questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will have the applicant's presentation. I have 4 speaker cards from Jonathan Uribe, Daniel Riseboard, Jose Cureno, and Lisa, I'm having a hard time reading this writing, last name S. The 4 of you may approach, and you have 10 minutes total, not each.
Hello, my name is Daniel Riseboard, Green Earth Vitality's business owner. Green Earth has operated in the Highland Park and Eagle Rock community since January of 2007, over 17 years. Green Earth strives to follow all rules, laws, and regulations. For example, in 2015, Green Earth Vitality moved our retail location from 5045 York to 4801 York, approximately 7 blocks away, due to Prop D, the new city regulations at that time. Green Earth moved to 4801 York to be in a compliant location since we were located within 1,000 feet from a school. We did not want to move. I owned the building, had the place built out for retail operations. We were an established location for years. We had large parking lot behind our business. Our commercial neighbors appreciated our business, and we did not operate next to residents. But we moved despite the extreme hardship because we have and always want to follow all the rules and regulations. Since opening at our current location, some of the local neighbors have aggressively voiced their complaints. Mainly their complaints are people, not just our customers, parking in front of the red curbs or in front of the driveways. In order to help with complaints and the limited parking that most of the neighborhood is experiencing, especially located next to a boulevard, we've built a 3-car parking lot. That answers your question about why a lot of the complaints have stopped. We actually built a parking lot, including a disabled parking space. We moved our primary entrance to be adjacent to the parking lot, behind the building, not on campus or York Boulevard. We've worked with city officials to have a 15-minute parking curb in front of our business location, and we put up signs that Green Earth will not service customers parking in the red. Worth mentioning, in 2021, 2 gang members unrelated to Green Earth outside a store began an altercation. One of the gentlemen in the altercation is a resident on the same street Green Earth is on and our neighbors live on. Our security guard tried to stop the altercation, but unfortunately, one of the gang members pulled out a gun and the altercation escalated to where the gang member who originally pulled out his gun was fatally killed, and our security guard was shot and required to be hospitalized. This was an unfortunate situation, but this type of incident can happen anywhere. Green Earth has been a staple business in our community for close to 2 decades. In addition to operating a business, we have raised thousands of canned foods for the homeless. We have raised thousands of toys, thousands of school supplies for the needy, and we have led dozens of trash pickups around our neighborhood. In considering Green Earth's cannabis license, please take consideration we have a second retail location with the same management staff that has an impeccable reputation and close relationships with all neighbors, including our physical business neighbor, the Chamber of Commerce. Green Earth currently provides safe access to medicine for tens of thousands of patients. We help thousands in need with our drives. We help numerous people that we employ that offer medical benefits, and we have been operating 17 years following all city and state regulations. Thank you for your consideration. I also have here, but due to time, I'm not going to read it, a letter from the United Cannabis Business Association, pretty much recommending Green Earth because of our vast experience and thoughtful approach that would gratefully benefit the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. How much time is remaining?
6 minutes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan. It's my first time in public speaking, so I apologize if I'm a little flustered. My name is Jonathan, and I'm speaking in regards to Green Earth Collective, a 17-year member of the Highland Park area in Los Angeles. I began working at Green Earth over 10 years ago, starting as a bud tender and working my way up after finishing the EMT program at the Fire Academy. Firstly, I'd like to highlight our ongoing efforts to improve and foster positive relationships with the neighborhood. Over the past months, our liaison has been regularly attending neighborhood council meetings, where concerns regarding our business were noticeably absent. So when issues were raised at the most recent meeting, we were very surprised and were ready to address them. In response to past feedback, we've been proactive in implementing policies and initiatives. One example is our request for a green herb temporary zone on York side, providing convenient parking for our customers, as well as reducing the congestion on the street. Additionally, we've opened up a parking lot for both customer parking and order pickups to further mitigate traffic. It is also worth noting that the majority of the people on the street and campus have multi-car driveways that are often unused, up to 4 cars used. They prefer the street parking. I believe if the parking lots and the driveways, I believe if the parking driveways were used, it would help reduce traffic. We have also began tracking red parking violations and those who litter and add the issues to their profiles. So essentially, we set up a program with the locals where if they can contact us and hopefully identify the vehicle parking in the red, if they do come into our business, I can use the camera system to track based on the POS system who they were. We can reach out to them and let them know. If there's an issue, then they get banned and they can no longer purchase. We also have some signage up saying if you park in the red, you will not be serviced. Let me see. Addressing concerns about cleanliness, we actively engage customers who leave trash. Their name's on the receipt, so we contact them saying, "Hey, we found your trash. Please be a little more, respectful about it." And we also reinstated the neighborhood cleanup initiative. So we go around much farther than our direct area to clean up. And a lot of the trash isn't ours, but we work with it. Also, to minimize disruptions, we relocated our distribution and cultivation, which was actually at the same address a couple of years back, reducing overall foot traffic and employee parking on nearby streets. All employees are also now required to park off-site a block away, and we've also introduced the POS system that'll track all the violations. There was a past incident, unfortunately, that occurred many years ago the nearby neighbors focus on, where outside of our business, 2 locals recognized each other and got into a fight, unfortunately led to a shooting that they blame our business for. The truth of the matter is that both people involved were local residents, and our security guard was trying to defuse the situation. In terms of security, we've invested in a comprehensive surveillance system that is monitored 24 hours a day by a professional security company. So those attempting to be broken in, those that attempt to break in, can be spoken to before they even attempt to get in. So it deters the actual break-in. This measure aims to enhance safety and reassure our neighbors. Furthermore, we've also enhanced our delivery service to minimize in-store visits, reducing foot traffic and congestion. Additionally, we've streamlined our order fulfillment process to minimize the total wait time and the amount of people in the street and in the store. In conclusion, Green Earth is dedicated to being a responsible and responsive member of the community. We are committed to ongoing dialogue and collaboration and to address the concerns and enhance our neighborhood relations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Seelan, spelled S as in Sam, E-L-A-N. If I scribbled, I apologize. I'm an attorney. I'm a cannabis-centric attorney. I've been involved in compliance and licensing in the city and the state of California. I've been representing Green Earth Collective since 2012. And I was very involved in all of the propositions, property, the Measure M, which we finally had our legalization statute. And I was the person that founded the UCBA, United Cannabis Business Association, back in 2015. My entire career in cannabis has been to work with the cities, with the states, with the municipalities, with the LAPD, and as well as with the businesses and the neighborhoods around them to create compliant and licensed businesses where people feel safe to go in, where people feel that they are getting quality medication if it's for medicine or if it is for recreational, that the products are all legally obtained by the stores. Unfortunately, sometimes things happen in our society. I mean, you can have people go in and do a flash mob in Glendale at the Americana. They're having people going into the Nordstroms in Topanga and robbing people. We live in a city where there's a lot of crime and there are a lot of homeless people and there's a lot of problems. But the most important thing is cannabis businesses are under the most strictest microscopes in the entire state. They have to comply both at state level and local level. They have to maintain all of their POS systems, everything they do. This business has paid close to $4 million in tax revenue to the city of Los Angeles over the last 6 years that it's been licensed. It has provided numerous jobs. They have 25 employees. They have a labor peace agreement with the UFCW. They are trying as hard as they can to be good neighbors. And it seems that the neighbors on Campus Road are out to try to shut them down, but unfortunately, they are in full compliance, as Jason has said.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, this is President Mason. Commissioners, we are now in deliberation. Are there questions from the applicant? I'll start with Vice President Nash, since I made you wait the last time.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lim?
Yes, I do have some questions. As mentioned, I commend you guys for fixing up a lot of the problems. Up until 2023, there was no complaints and there was no violations. However, in the March 29, 2024 community meeting, there was complaints about customers smoking nearby the premises. And in addition, verbal abuse of neighbors, parking complications, trash problems. And unfortunately, you can't change this, but proximity to single family homes. How do you address those issues?
Yeah. Here, Jonathan, or we have both the two previous neighborhood liaisons here. Jose is our current general manager and our current neighborhood liaison, and Jonathan was our previous neighborhood liaison. So
in regards to smoking, we've kind of instructed the security guard. We now have.
Excuse me, sir, can you speak into the
Oh,
mic?
so sorry. We've instructed the security guards that have access to an iPad now that shows our sidewalk directly and on both sides of the corners. Anyone that has seen smoking is immediately, spoken to by security. Their information is documented, and if it's something that happens again, they're banned from the premises. That's somewhat similar to the process that we have for people either parking in curbs or blocking driveways. Same process. If we can have someone take a photo and send it to us, I can usually, looking at the cameras, determine which customer it was. However, sometimes in the past, some of those red parking issues or driveway blockages aren't necessarily us. There's a college nearby, and people do get picked up in that area sometimes. We had a customer come in a neighbor come in and accuse us of blocking their driveway and making a big issue with customers in line. And then when we went to the driveway, it was actually one of their neighbors whose Uber was picking them up. So not all the time it's us. At some point when I was neighborhood liaison, they were sending me photos of trash on the floor, CCing the police department and the city council, asking us if these were our time records and this is our trash. We use electronic time records, so that a lot of that trash wasn't ours, but I told them any issues, feel free to reach out. That's why it was a little surprising at this most recent neighborhood council event that we had so much negative feedback, because it essentially had died down in our eyes because we had been speaking to them and attending the meetings.
The record shows that there was 73 attendance, 41 was in favor, and 32 was against. So how do you address the neighbors that you had that spoke in the opening statement saying that we should deny your license because in essence, you guys are not good neighbors and not following the law?
It depends on the neighbors. A lot of our neighbors we do get along with, some we don't. Right after the shooting happened, we actually had a group therapy session in our parking lot for those that were there that day that wanted to speak. A lot of the neighbors then attacked our therapist, began filming us in the parking lot and yelling obscenities at us because we were still there. And they, without revealing who was involved, were accusing us of bringing crime to their neighborhood. Although someone there was actually living on their street, I didn't know how much at the time we were allowed to discuss. But essentially, the neighbors came and harassed and like verbally assaulted our therapist and our group. So there was some bad blood with the direct neighbors, which I would say, regardless of what we do, will probably continue, but we're still going to try to do our best to reduce parking issues. We put up those signages, direct contact information for everyone involved. So a lot of these people had my direct number at one point, and if they're able to reach out, then I can work on it. But a lot of the things don't seem necessarily fixable for everyone.
So does Commissioner Lim again, tell us as a neighborhood liaison, what the protocol is and what you guys do once you receive a complaint from a neighbor.
Sure. So when I was the neighborhood liaison, I had given my personal contact info, phone number, and email to most of the neighbors, specifically a lot of the ones that came that day when we were having the therapy session. Most of the phone calls and photos were essentially of vehicles that I could and could not identify. There were some that were parked in the red where I could immediately, if they called me and said there's someone in the red, I could call immediately to the store and speak to a security guard or whoever manager was available, find out which customer it was because they obviously have to walk back to their car, speak to them about it and put it on their profile. If it happens again after they've already been spoken to, then they're banned. It's a similar process for like parking in the curb. Other things as liaison is people would literally sending me photos of trash, trying to identify if it was me. They would CC, like they said, they would CC the police department and city council, and 90% of the time that it wasn't ours. Every now and then there would be trash. At that point, I would contact the customer on the receipt and then let them know that a neighbor had brought it to our attention that they littered. Please don't happen again. Customers aren't always the most keen on hearing that, but that's the process.
In the opening statement, we heard from your neighbor, the Sharif family. Do you recognize them? Have you dealt with them? Okay.
They are our direct neighbor. Yeah, we see each other in passing. I think most of our interactions are in the city council meetings. In person, it's a lot more, a little more friendly. But any information that I hear from them, we obviously try to apply immediately. We had a comedy show, right, recently? Yeah, we had a comedy show. Some of the people that were also against us, came in good spirits, and we were trying to, have a free comedy show that people attended, and we were like, oh, you guys don't like us, you can't come. So we're trying to help the community and trying to bond. It's actually one of the things I really want to focus on, because up until this most recent community meeting in regards to the annual license, I didn't realize that the animosity was to that level again. I thought because of the shooting and a lot of the misinformation, people thought it was in the store, people thought, we did everything, that's what the animosity was. And so it had died down. So I think with the information that our application was up is when suddenly people became more active. So
this is Commissioner Lim again. As a neighborhood liaison, what can you do so that you're not surprised that there was 32 neighbors that was opposing your application?
So I'm not the current community liaison, he is, but he had been attending, there's two neighborhood council meetings that we attend, Eagle Rock and Highland Park, because we're like right on the cusp. We've never had any issues with the Highland Park Neighborhood Council, and the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council is usually where people are more vocal. So we had been attending it and we hadn't heard any negative feedback in months, if not longer, about the store until this new application popped up.
Right. And my question is, what can you do to be more aware of the negative opinion of your neighbors? Because you said you were surprised that there was 32 people that opposed this. So what can you do to change your policy so you become more aware and sensitive of the concerns of your neighbors?
So one thing I think we can do is, I know at the beginning of the meetings, he introduces himself and says he is, here representing,
Maybe we should hear from him.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Hello, commissioners. How are you doing today? My name is Jose Carreño. I've been the community liaison from the beginning of 2023. I have been regularly attending the Highland Park and Eagle Rock neighborhood council meetings. Just to piggyback off of what Jonathan had spoken about with the neighbors, yes, we've gotten numerous complaints as far as parking and traffic congestion. But to make us more aware of these situations, I've had taken the opportunity to go door to door to these neighbors, leaving them my contact information, whether it was email or phone number, as well as just being able to hear their thoughts and concerns as far as the business and any complaints that they may have.
Thank you. Commissioner Melendez, any questions?
I do. So when you guys track people that are parking into the red or people that have been smoking outside, do you have what kind of security system tracks them so that way when one of you aren't there, the rest of the staff could know that these people are causing problems at your location?
So our POS system actually allows us to go ahead and ban certain patients. So as soon as someone checks in with their ID, we're actually, the POS system actually red flags their account to let us know that they're unfortunately banned for whatever reason that they may be, whether it's parking in the red or even just not being friendly to our neighbors, as well as throwing litter on the trash, on the floor, excuse me.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farby.
Thanks, Madam President. I'm sorry, Jonathan, I didn't get your last name.
Oh, URIB.
Thank you. You had mentioned that a parking lot was built. Can you tell us when?
Yes, I can answer that. So we were going through construction approximately 2021 to about 2023. When we finalized it, the parking lot was open to the public in 2023.
And what's the capacity?
There is 3 parking spots and 1 spot for disabled parking.
Thank you. We heard from staff, Ms. Wiley, she had mentioned that you all, it was confirmed through the investigation that you all have security protocols in place. Can you all talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so we have a morning and night security guard. So as long as the business is open, where for the people inside, we have security guard available. We have the Ntw.k resolution security monitors that have recorded 90 days of footage as required. And that's accessible at the location as well as remotely via phone. We also have smart alarm systems where essentially if an alarm is triggered, it'll go to our phones and we can look into it. We have the option to, like, if it's a false alarm, like look and deactivate it. If not, it'll automatically, depending on the alarm, will alert the police department. And that's if the alarm's already been activated. Prior to that, we have a talk down system. I believe we have 29 or 30 cameras total. The exterior cameras all have talk down features where if someone who is there after hours, it's not supposed to be there, approaches any of those areas, the security company gets an alert and they're able to speak directly to whoever's there, telling them, this place is off limits, the police are being called. Most of the time that discourages people from even trying to get into the building.
How many actual staff security officers you have?
I don't know the overall number. I know that we have at least 1 per shift, but I think we have a rotating about 4 or 5. It's an outside company due to the regulation.
Contracted out, okay. What's your operating hours?
8 a.m. to 10 p.m. We recently changed it to 8. We were originally at 9.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to talk a little bit about prior to 2023. It's reported that you all had like 86 violations over the course of 6 years. Can you all talk a little bit about that? I mean, it seems like it's a pretty heavy number. And since you're here in front of us, I want to give you an opportunity to speak to that because I haven't heard that yet.
Yeah, so I think those were more complaints, not necessarily violations. And I'd say, I think from what I heard, that 55%, if not more, were for parking in the red or so. I would say that these neighbors, let's say if there's multiple neighbors in a household, each member will submit their own report at the same address. I've seen that before. City council meetings, they also will have multiple people from the same household speak, which makes sense, but it kind of makes it seem like it's larger, where if I got everyone in my house to make the same complaint, the numbers are a little larger. That's my only assumption, because all the complaints that we heard necessarily were in regards to parking and blocking of driveways. And so that's kind of what we were focused on. At one point, we actually had a security guard going up and down Campus Boulevard. And one of the issues with the traffic of campus is it's directly by a college. It's Campus Boulevard goes to Occidental College. So a lot of the students use that to get to the local boulevard, which is York. So we had initially offered to have a security guard go up and down unarmed to take a look to see if there's any of these violations. I think initially we had an armed guard because it was after the shooting. We were trying to make people feel more comfortable. The neighborhood asked us to remove the armed guard because they said that made them more that itself made them more uncomfortable than not having a guard. So we were trying to have a non-armed guard in order to, deal with some of these parking issues, because it's someone from the building itself, just, going up and down the street. It's not a super long street. So they essentially would just be going up and down, documenting anyone who was smoking or doing anything like that, telling people to move. A lot of feedback is, you guys aren't parking enforcement, but then essentially they get banned. But that's what we had initially planned, and that's what we had in place. And then the neighborhood requested us to remove that security guard. So we did that in order to kind of, make peace. And that's when a lot of these issues also restarted. So we had attempted to kind of come up with a solution previously.
Okay. And, I think I heard a statement, by you, Mr. Rasport, around Lisa,
Yes.
right? Regarding the revenue that the business kind of generates. And I think that that's important. What I also think is important, if not even more so, is safety, right? And just kind of thinking about everything that's been said here today on this item, there seems to be, some concern by folks in the community, and the residents around not just parking issues, but safety issues. We've heard a couple of examples of that. I wanted to hear from you all specifically around your role, right, as folks who are part of the community, to ensure like what protocols. I've heard the safety protocols regarding the business, right? But what about safety protocols regarding the community and the neighborhood? Anything that you all have thought about regarding that? And I'm only asking that question because in public comment, some of those issues were raised.
Well, first of all, I think the most important thing is to really look at what the complaints have been. The majority of them seem to be more nuisance complaints, garbage or parking spots or parking in red, which is not a safety issue. It's just more of a nuisance issue. When it comes to actual criminal activity or safety being provided by any cannabis business in the city of Los Angeles, we have very, very strict rules and regulations, and they have to be adhered to. You have to have cameras in every location facing the outside, the inside. There has to be the ability for you to record your camera backwards for 90 days. There has to be a certain amount of pixels in these. You have to have a security guard on the premises at all hours that you're operating. All of those have been adhered to by Green Earth. The fact that they had a couple unfortunate incidences, the one in 2021, but LAPD since that time has really not had one issue with this particular business. They haven't come and written them up. And the issue of safety has got to be separated out from nuisance, from people being upset because there's more traffic on the street or because somebody throws garbage on the street. That could happen anywhere. You can own a Starbucks coffee and someone can throw their coffee cup on the ground. Should we shut down a Starbucks coffee because there's garbage on the ground? No. But I think you have to really, as a commission, separate out how is this business adhering to the rules to make the business safe for the community. And they are doing everything in their power. And as both Jose and Jonathan have stated, they have gone to the neighborhood council meetings. They have had numerous visits with them. And up until this application for the annual application was sent to the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council, every time they went there weren't complaints about safety and about all this. So he was there, they were both there, and this became a hot button. And I think you've got 25 employees there. You've got Goodwill giving community cans of food, food drives, toy drives, working with the community, trying to be friendly with the neighbors, going door to door, saying, this is who we are. If you have problems, call us. I think sometimes you just can't please everybody. But that's not a reason to shut down a business just because you can't please them, as long as they're following all the rules, the regulations. As the DCR said, there are rules for denying licenses, and they have met every single rule and regulation that needs to be adhered to, both at the state level and the city level. And even when they came in and they started doing these compliance inspections, which there's not everybody who's going for their annual today has been inspected. So there are some that have had no complaints against them. They're minor. They don't have a license number on the bottom. They don't get a signature on a thing. It's not that they're doing something where they're letting 12-year-olds in to purchase cannabis, or they have unlicensed products on the shelf, or they don't have their cameras going, or they don't have a security guard. They're operating completely within the full compliance of the law. And if there are minor violations, they will fix every single one of them.
Yeah, well, just one more, I'm sorry, Madam President. I, just for the record, I can make the distinction between a nuisance and actual criminal activity. I understand the difference. All due respect, it's been noted that there was a killing at close to your location, right? In addition to all of the other things. So I just want to make sure we're clear there, which I think is kind of, drumming up some of the concern. The one question, the last question that I have for you all is that, based on the history that's been documented and stated here today, and what you're hearing and what the work that you all have done, Jason had made a comment that you all was willing to continue to work with the community around to not only ensuring, the proper protocols are in place for the establishment, but also for safety concerns and issues in the community. Can you just talk to us about what type of commitments that you all are willing to make from this day going forward to the community?
Sure. I want to start off in saying that I have empathy towards our neighbors and people who live next to industrial and popular places. We could be a coffee shop or we could be a restaurant and have hundreds of people a day shop there. And there's limited things that I could do to help with the traffic, but I definitely have empathy and I feel bad for the neighborhood. To address your questions earlier too, we did construction and we moved our main entrance next to our parking lot, actually behind the building, so our traffic would be contained into our lot, our commercial lot. So that was another thing that we did to help with the safety and help keep most of our traffic in our location. Going forward, when we found out, and we were all kind of blindsided with this last meeting about the complaints of people still having with safety and traffic, we then decided to go door to door with our neighborhood liaison and have an open communication and really hear people. So we want to be able to hear people so we could possibly address what their concerns are.
And not to cut you off, can you tell me what was some of the findings out of some of that going door to door?
Say that again?
What was the findings in terms of you talking to folks door to door?
Some of the findings were just the usual, parking in red. And the solution to that was to create signs that we now have, boarded on each corner of the store. That state that Green Earth Collective will not serve you if you're parked in the red.
They're full-size signs, so it's very visible and it's on the red right where on our property.
Yes, and just to deteriorate from people blocking our neighbor's driveway, we've also created a sign that states, please do not block the neighbor's driveway as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yeah, I have some questions for Daniel. So in January of 2007, you opened shop in Eagle Rock, and you moved in 2015. You had a location that was 1,000 feet away from a school or some kind of public thing, which I believe you could have stayed because it's really only 700 feet. But you moved. So from 2015 to 2018, and within 3 years, you had 86 complaints. And we just went through all the different things that have just happened, of course. And now we're looking at 2021 to 2023. You addressed it by adding a parking lot, right? Which is the three spaces. And so I was wondering, during your years of 2007 to 2015. Did you have any problems at your other location?
None at all. And also, Mario, to address some of your points, the rules and regulations have become less strict over time. So back in 2015, when Proposition D was enacted,
I'm sorry, excuse me, which commissioner are you addressing?
Commissioner Melendez, yes.
Melendez.
Thank you.
I apologize for any confusion. It was 1,000 feet from any school.
Okay.
And so we did not want to move, but in order to comply to the rules and regulations of that time, we did actually move our business location.
All right. And so, and so I've been, this is Commissioner Melendez, and I've been the recipient of doing business and having to move as well when everything was set up perfectly, and then that, and you know, circumstances force you to move. So you've been at this new location now since 2015. Just to recap, and then 2018, 3 years later, you started having issues. What would you say the main issue, the difference was between 2015 and 2018, where you started actually having, you know, people complaining?
2018 is when we received the permits for medical and recreational cannabis. I believe the traffic increased dramatically, probably from that time, from being strictly medical to then becoming more open to the public.
Okay.
And one more thing, if you don't mind, to respond to you. Prior to 2018, the businesses were really not allowed to have cultivation on the premises. They weren't allowed to have distribution on the premises. And when the cultivation started on the premises, it probably created an odor that some of the neighbors were upset about. But then they realized that they wanted to move their cultivation away from that location and their distribution away from that location. And they found another location in an industrial area in the northeast district of the city so that they would not have any odor. And also, as of 2018, all of the cannabis had to come in packages. You couldn't just have open jars of cannabis or open products. So it did prevent a lot of the odor. So that became, I think, another issue where it became better for the community not to have the odor of cannabis from the cultivation.
And then, this is Commissioner Farmby. I'm sorry, clarification. So you, are you saying that you relocated the distribution operation off-site?
Yes, there is no, it's only retail. The
Only retail.
The only license at that location is retail.
Thank you.
Okay, this is President Mason. I thank you for patiently addressing the concerns of the commission. Unlike a neighborhood council meeting, we can't allow the public to rebut anything that you've said. But what I'd like to attempt to do is get an understanding about your current location and in relation to the community at large. In a sense that, are you standalone or are there other businesses at that location?
We are a freestanding building.
You are a freestanding building. And how far away is the next business?
And the next business, I would say, from building to building, 20 yards, 15 yards.
Okay. And so when you selected that location, were there any LAPD assessments about the crime rate in that community?
I don't have that information at that time.
Okay, so you didn't check, and certainly we don't know now. And I asked that question just to ascertain what the crime rate would be like absent your presence. Would it still be, gang activity, shootings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? I understand the accusations, but sometimes it's just, you can't police or control the behavior of your customers. You can't really anticipate what they're going to do once they enter your premises. And I'm just trying to understand the environment in which you do business and what the criminal activity is like in that neighborhood, whether it existed prior to you being there. Will it be there after should you decide to move, or if it's really increased because of your presence? And that's kind of hard to do in this space with the information that's been presented.
There is a website and I don't recall the exact name of it. It's like either Crime Watch or Crime something. It's actually available online. And I apologize that I don't have the name of it, but it actually shows all the LAPD complaints in you can go up to 90 days. That's the most you can do in this particular thing. And I started to monitor the address 4801 York, which is their address. And on any given time, you'll see that there was a theft in a car 3 blocks over. There was a altercation between a husband and wife 2 blocks over here. There was all these things. And I would notice that there'd be about 48 different incidents that were being reported on a monthly basis, weekly, whatever it is. And it's very hard to say that a particular business, especially one where you have security cameras, usually it's safer in your neighborhood once you have a cannabis business because of the way they have to create themselves into a fortress. And because they do have armed guards and because we do have cameras available that every one of my clients has always provided all their footage to LAPD. If they say, oh, we heard there was a fist fight in the parking lot behind your place last night. Can you give us your footage? They voluntarily give it. And what we've been able to do as an industry is try to be more protective and to try to create more safety. But it's hard in our city because if there's something going on 3 blocks over that has nothing to do with you, or somebody steals a car 2 blocks north of you or 5 blocks south of you, it can't be attributed just because there's a cannabis business on the corner of York and Campus. And I think that's what's unfortunate. And it's unfortunate that there's no like separation between the residential and the commercial in this area. But that's pretty much what you see a lot in LA, where you have a street of boulevard and then behind you, you might even have a little alley and then you have a whole residential area. So you're not really separated. It's not like everything's commercial in their particular area.
Thank you.
But thank you guys all. We really appreciate all the questions. It's been very helpful. And I know that they really want to keep working with their community and with their neighbors and try to come to terms so that they don't become, you know, antagonistic toward each other and that they can create good jobs and be beneficial to the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, at this time, I would ask that you consult your CRC motion language guide. Is there a motion?
For item number 12, DCR record number 101742 with a business address of 4801 East York Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation as stated.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it.
We are on to item 13, DCR core record number 100001. And this is a request from Herbal Solutions, Southern California, to approve an annual license for a 1,250 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 25937 Southwestern Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening, Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director for the Department of Cannabis Regulation, here to present item number 13. DCR core record number 100001 is associated with Herbal Solutions, Southern California Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through July 18th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of Municipal Code Section 10420 because they are not a social equity applicant. The business premises is located at 25937 Western Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90717, which is zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located within the Wilmington Harbor City Community Plan Area, which is located within Council District 15. They are not located within a business improvement district geography. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council and council office. DCR conducted a virtual community meeting on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written comments provided by the public in favor or against the applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth in the CEQA guidelines, sections 15.301 and 15.332, and none of the applicable exceptions to use an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, the Bureau Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. Here to give you a brief history of the compliance and enforcement actions on the subject property. At 25937 Southwestern. The department received 2 complaints. One was back in 2021. Second one was in April 2022. The first complaint alleged illegal drug sales, which we referred, this was during the pandemic, we did refer that to LAPD. The complaint was referred to LAPD. However, because it is one of our applicants or licensees, jurisdiction over any type of enforcement falls, to DCR. Back in 2021, as I've mentioned, we didn't have our division yet set up, so there was no inspections made at that time. In 2022, a complaint was submitted regarding about trash, open packages, and cannabis waste being thrown out into the street adjacent to the residential zone. The complaint also alleged parking issues, traffic issues due to the business. DCR staff conducted a compliance inspection on March 20th of this year. We did subsequently issue a notice to correct on April 16th. At this time, I would like to correct the staff report on page 3, where there's a summary of the deficiencies that we cited this business for. Where you see there's basically 4 bullet points. If you can strike out the 3rd bullet point, inventory discrepancy found in the track and trace system, that's incorrect. We did not cite them for that. So that was in my memo to the licensing team, and it's incorrect. I do have the we can correct. I just want to make sure we correct that for the record. The notice that was issued to the business basically has 2 violations. One is that they have not registered their delivery vehicles with DCR. And the second one is that they have to provide a way of tracking non-employees into the limited access areas. There were 2 other deficiencies that were noted on the NTC regarding having standard operating procedures for convictions and judgments, revocations, and criminal activity, which they have complied with. So that is my report.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Vice President Nash, Commissioner Lim, Commissioner Melendez, Commissioner Farmby? Okay, at this time, we will hear from Mark Adams on behalf of the applicant. Please state your name for the record, and you do have 10 minutes. Also, we'll need your relationship to the applicant.
Hello, honorable commissioners, DCR staff. My name is Mark Adams, and I'm the owner of Herbal Solutions, Southern California. First off, I'd like to thank you for your patience and your time up here. And I just want to compliment DCR staff. I've worked with several municipalities, and this staff is second to none. I mean, these guys go above and beyond, answer the phone all the time. Even with an idiot like me poking around on the computer, they've been able to help us get through this difficult process. Herbal Solutions is patient focused. We have over 300 different SKUs that offer low THC options for medicinal values, CBD, CBN, THCV, things of that nature. We're here to answer any questions. By the way, the deficiencies that were written up were taken care of today. So we have the new SOPs and all of that emailed, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Vice President Nash, any questions?
I have no questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Farmby?
I have no questions at this time.
Commissioner Melendez?
Yes, I have a question. So you recited on this, you got an inspection on the 16th, and in 2 days you resolved all the things you were cited for?
Yes, sir. They were very simple mistakes.
Minors.
Yeah.
No more questions?
Thank you. Commissioner Lim?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. I have no questions. Is there a motion?
Thank you.
Item 13. DCR, oh, thank you. Item 13, DCR code record number 100001. Applicant Herbal Solutions of Southern California Incorporated, located at 25937 Southwestern Avenue. I hereby adopt the staff recommendations as stated in the report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 14, DCR core record number 101739. This is a request from Exclusive Caregivers of California Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 3,525 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 6200 South Wilton Place. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
And at this time, we will hear from staff.
Thank you, President Mason. Good evening. My name is Megan Blum, and I will present item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101739 is associated with Exclusive Caregivers of California, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for a type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, license number C10-0000457-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 17th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for social equity program. The business premises is located at 6200 South Belton Place, Los Angeles, California, 90047, a parcel zoned for commercial manufacturing purposes. The business is located in the South Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 8. The business is not in a business improvement district. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council, business improvement district, and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. Per testimony, the applicant has worked with LAPD to assist the other crimes completely unrelated to its business and premises that happen to be caught on the applicant's cameras, including sexual and domestic violence, which security guards have also helped break up. The applicant takes pride in keeping its surrounding area clean to enhance the quality of the neighborhood, adequate and safe parking for its customers and employees, and strictly prohibits loitering and consumption on and around the premises. There were no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection, so there are no outstanding compliance issues related with this location, DCR, or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of this annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth at CEQA guidelines, sections 15301 and 15332, and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Bloom. Any questions for staff, commissioners?
This is Commissioner Lim. I noticed that in this report and other reports, there's no reference to any complaints in the portal. Does that mean there was no complaints lodged against this applicant?
Yes, sir. The department has not received any complaints for this applicant through the licensing portal or the complaint portal.
Thank you.
Remaining commissioners, any questions? Okay, seeing that there are none, I do not have a speaker card for the applicant's representative. Is she present? He or she present online?
Yes, she is. I will call out speaker. Caller with phone number ending in 4111. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Hello, this is Maria Camacho. I'm the representative for Exclusive Caregivers.
You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Maria Camacho, and I am the Managing Principal of Exclusive Caregivers of California, Inc., or ECC. ECC is a Phase 1 pre-ICO with city and state licenses for retail dispensary, cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution operations operating at its current location since 2011 at 6200 South Wilton Place. As an existing medical marijuana dispensary in Los Angeles, ECC has served our local community for over 13 years. We have at all relevant times operated our business in full compliance of the regulations and without incident. In fact, ECC received a certificate of recognition from our council member, Mr. Harris Dawson, in recognition of our responsible and community-serving operations in 2018. Over the years, ECC has developed deep relationships with our patients and patrons, and we have made great efforts to reach out to the surrounding community and have taken proactive steps to ensure a positive experience for both our customers and neighbors alike. On several occasions, LAPD has successfully utilized our security footage to solve local community crimes in our area, and we continue to maintain a positive relationship with LAPD and do our part to ensure a safe and nuisance-free environment. We ask that this commission adopt GCR's recommendation to approve the annual license, as ECC has met all the conditions required for an annual license, and there are no facts or circumstances that exist to deny this annual license pursuant to section 104.04. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant's representative?
This is Commissioner Farmley. In this current location, are you aware of any complaints that's been logged against you at all in the community?
Not at all. Not at all, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Melendez?
So you've been operating at this location for 13 years
Yes, that is correct.
and with no incidents.
With no incident.
Thank you.
Vice President Nash and Commissioner Lim, any questions?
No questions.
No questions.
Thank you. I have no questions. Is there a motion?
Regarding item number 14, DCR core record number 101739 for the premises located at 6200 South Wilton Place. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 12, 2024.
And may we have your name for the record?
What was that?
May we have your name for the record?
Vice President Nash.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote? President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 15, DCR core record number 310041. This is a request from 1539, that's 1539 Manchester Holdings LLC, to approve an annual license for a 3,464 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 8300 South Normandy Avenue. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
At this time, we will hear from department staff.
This is Megan Blom, DCR Management Analyst, and I will present item number 15 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310041 is associated with 1539 Manchester Holdings LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 3rd, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, license number C10-0001165-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 18th, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of the LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 8300 South Normandy Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90044, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. This business is located in the South Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 8. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Empowerment Congress Southwest Area Neighborhood Council. The business is not in an business improvement district. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in opposition of the applicant. All 4 testimonies complained of an overconcentration of commercial cannabis retail businesses. Retail businesses with on-site sales are required to be at least 700 feet apart, and the South Los Angeles Community Plan area has capacity for 29 retail storefront licenses before undue concentration is met. To date, DCR has only issued 11 licenses in this CPA, so there is not an overconcentration of commercial cannabis retail businesses in this neighborhood. There were no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection, so there are no outstanding compliance issues related with this location, DCR, or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of this annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth in CEQA guidelines, and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, at this time, we're going to go on to the applicant's presentation. I have speaker cards for Anthony Almaz. Forgive any mispronunciations. Mali Marrero and Jolene Bernal. You guys are allowed to share 10 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jolene Bernal. I'm a senior compliance manager with 1539 Manchester Holdings. I have Millie Marrero, our director of compliance, and Anthony Almaz, our counsel, to answer any of your questions after I conclude the presentation. We are Catalyst Normandy. We are a medical and adult use cannabis dispensary located in South Los Angeles. A little bit about us and our contributions to our neighborhood. We opened in October 14th, 2022, so we are approaching our 2-year anniversary this year. In December of 2022, right after we opened, we participated in a holiday tree giveaway. It was our first ever Catalyst tree giveaway, including 100 trees given out during Christmas. We also participated with Big House LA and did a holiday toy giveaway in December 22 as well. Moving into 2023, in April, we held a blood drive with Livestream Blood Bank. In June of 2023, we had a few different events, beginning with a California cannabis consumption study with CSU Sacramento. We also had our very first SB 34 donation day. SB 34 is a state bill that was passed to allow medical marijuana patients with a valid California medical recommendation or an MMIC card and a valid ID, driver's license, or passport to receive free medical marijuana. We partnered with Weed for Warriors, who advocates for veterans, and we were able to do 50 medical donation bags. Later in 2023, we again partnered with Big House LA to conduct a neighborhood cleanup, and we were able to pick up 265 pounds of litter from our surrounding neighborhood and area.
Sorry for the interruption. I stopped your time. You did provide a presentation. Do you want us to put that up on the screen?
Oh, if you'd like to, it comes with a picture of our store.
Okay, we'll restart your time. Or
Yeah,
not
one-
restart, but continue.
So I am on slide 5 if you want to go to that, but if you want to stop on our beautiful picture of our location in Normandy. I'll go back one. There we go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. In August of 2023, we partnered with Dignity and Power Now in a backpack and school supplies drive. And then in September of 2023, we held a live scan services in preparation for our record expungement, which saw 70+ records assisted. Moving on to the next slide, we have a big emphasis on hiring local and transitional workers. What that means for us is Catalyst Normandy prioritizes local hires, seeking to hire employees within a 5-mile radius of the business. We also prioritize transitional workers. Transitional employment is offered to underemployed or unemployed individuals who need help integrating back into the workforce. Transitional employment includes single parents, people who were out of the workforce due to an illness or a disability, and people who are low income, people who were seeking part-time, now seeking full-time employment, et cetera. So we like to not only prioritize those surrounding us, but those that need help transitioning into the workforce. Another big point for us in contributing to both our customers' experience and our surrounding neighborhood is our security. A few of our security points: our premises are monitored 24/7 by a licensed alarm company. Some of those measures include, but are not limited to, a burglar alarm that's set on a nightly basis, panic buttons available for our employees, talk downs on the exterior to discourage and warn intruders, and a full premises security surveillance, so cameras around the entire premises. We have guards that are licensed by the Bureau of Security and Investigative Services that monitor and patrol the premises during business hours and anytime we have employees on the premises. We have all of our vendors and visitors signed into our vendor visitor log and are always escorted by an employee. And all of our limited access areas, including cannabis storage, always remain locked and secured and only accessible to employees. Thank you. We appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This Commissioner Farmby. We saw in your presentation that you have 24/7 alarm system. What about the actual security guards? Is this only operation hours or is it also 24/7?
Hi, my name's Millie Marrero. So physical guards we have on site about 30 minutes before any of our staff arrives, until about 30 minutes after our staff leaves.
And what's the operation hours?
10 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. Right? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. Did you attend the virtual community meeting on March 29th, 2024?
Council did,
Okay.
yes.
And there are talks, they complain about over concentration of commercial cannabis retail business.
Mhm.
Do you know what the basis of the complaint was for that?
So they mainly spoke about an issue of having it like a planning issuing us, and that there was a complaint of both liquor stores and cannabis stores being concentrated in the area. Other than that, they didn't really say anything about our operations, which is why we wanted to focus on how much we've contributed to the neighborhood versus, the complaint of maybe an over concentration.
Right, because I mean, as mentioned in the staff report, the area's allowed 29 retail storefronts and there's only 11 that's been issued.
Correct.
So clearly you're within the range. Do you know if it's based upon illegal cannabis retail or more
Possibly.
liquor store?
They didn't give a lot of explanation, and again, they didn't really mention any of our specific operations. They just complained that there's too many within the area, and that to them it felt like the area was being taken advantage of. We put a really strong emphasis on making sure that we are contributing to our neighborhood, and that we are collaborating with our community.
Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you state your name for the record? I don't think we caught that.
Jolynn Bernal.
Thank you.
Yes, no problem.
This is President Mason. Commissioner Lim, if I could provide some context. In South Los Angeles, there was a movement in the 1990s to close nuisance liquor stores. And so the concern is that now with the emergence of cannabis as recreationally legal, that those liquor stores will be replaced by cannabis operators.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, is there a motion?
Commissioner Farmby. On item number 15, DCR core record number 310041. The applicant is 1539 Manchester Holdings LLC, Catalyst Normandy, located at 8300 South Normandy Avenue. I recommend the staff, I move a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation as stated.
Is there a second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 16, DCR core record number 100010. This is a request from Superior Herbal Health LLC to approve an annual license for a 24,100 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 20447 West Nordoff Street. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected officials
No.
represented on this item? Thank you. We will now hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Washington, and I'll present item number 16 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 1010 is associated with Superior Health LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of Los Angeles Municipal Code LAMC and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000459 LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 17, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 or the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 2447 Nordoff Street, Chatsworth, California, 91311, a parcel zone for light manufacturing purposes. The applicant is existing medical marijuana dispensary, AMMD, pursuant to Los Angeles Municipal Code LAMC Section 105.03, and EMMD shall not be subject to the zone, distance, and sensitive use restrictions stated in LAMC Section 105.02 until after December 31st, 2025, on the conditions that the EMMD operates and continues to operate in compliance with the distance and sensitive use restrictions. The business is located in Council District 12 with the Chatsworth Porter Ranch Community Plan area. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Chatsworth Neighborhood Council. The business is not in a business improvement district. On or about March 7, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral and or written communication provided by the public in favor of the applicant or against the applicant. There were no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection, so there are no outstanding compliance issues related with this location, DCR, or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons why DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of this annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 33 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth at CEQA guidelines, sections 15.301 and 15.332, and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Washington, are there commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, seeing no questions, do we have a representative present?
There is no speaker card and there's no caller on the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. In that case, do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim for item number 16. DCR core record number 1010. For the business located at 20447 West Nordoff Street. I move to adopt the staff, the staff report.
Is there a second?
It's Commissioner Farmby, a second.
Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
The time is 6:08. We will pause for a 10-minute recess.
That's all you did. We did. I appreciate it.
We did.
The time is 6:19 PM and we are resuming our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. This is President Mason. We are on item number 17, DCR Core Record Number 1000085. This is a request from Cana Roots to approve an annual license for a 1,588 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 11045 West Sherman Way. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. This is Andrew Washington again with the Department of Cannabis Regulation, and I'll present item number 17. DCR Core Record Number 1000085 is associated with Cana Roots. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000-444 LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 16, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 11045 Sherman Way, Sun Valley, California, 91352, a parcel zone for commercial purposes. The business is located in Council District 2 within the Sun Valley Latuna Canyon Community Plan area. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Sun Valley Area Neighborhood Council. The business is not in a business improvement district. On or about March 7, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council, district, and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. The location and feel provided a safe and welcoming atmosphere. There were no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection, so there are no outstanding compliance issues related with this location, DCR, or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of this license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since this project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth at CEQA guidelines section 15301 and 15332, and none of the applicable exceptions for the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. I have a speaker card here for the licensing consultant, Mike Seguin, sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record and you have 10 minutes to address the
Good evening. My name is Mike Sagan. I'm the licensing consultant for Cana Roots. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the commission tonight. I know it's been a long agenda, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. Cana Roots is located at 11045 Sherman Way in Sun Valley. Most of the businesses around us are industrial types of businesses such as construction, supply warehouses, or auto body shops. The Cana Roots is an EMMD, so the owners and managers have extensive experience in cannabis retail. And they are well versed in all aspects of the business, such as regulations, compliance, security, product offerings, and staff training. DCR has not performed their compliance check for this location yet. However, one of the owners on this record is an owner on another license that has already done their inspection. So he's well aware of everything that DCR is looking for. And they're already working on updating the badges because most badges are missing the DCR license number. So they're well aware and they're going to pass that with flying colors. Security is obviously the utmost importance. We have 24-hour on-site security personnel. They also have a state-of-the-art security cameras and alarm monitoring system. The security personnel are trained to look out for loiterers or anyone that's consuming cannabis anywhere around the premises. They'll be warned, and if it's a customer, they will be banned if they get caught a second time. As far as parking, we're blessed that our location has its own parking lot. We have 14 parking spots. Our customers only utilize our own parking area. They do not park on the street or side streets or anything like that. We have dedicated staff, which ensures that the entire surroundings of the property are free of any litter or graffiti. We've actually just recently updated our neighborhood liaison. That modification actually got approved today. So the updated signs are posted with the new contact info. And we have a dedicated team that'll address any concerns from the community. And the last item is this retailer has banking. So, they don't have excess cash on site. There's cash pickups that get taken to their bank. And lucky for Office of Finance, this applicant doesn't pay with bulk cash. We use checks. That's it for the presentation, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant's representative?
This is Commissioner Farmby. How long have you been at this location?
They started there in 2018.
2018. Thank you.
Commissioner Melendez, how long have they been operating? Not beyond this location?
Prior to this location, I don't know their exact location. They moved here to be in compliance with the regulations that kicked in 2018. They have a active BTRC since 2007, but I don't know about their previous operations since prior to 2018.
Thank you. Commissioners,
Well,
Vice President Nash, Commissioner Lim.
I have no questions.
This is Commissioner Lim. How close are you to the Pacoma Health Center?
Pacoima Health Center?
Yeah.
We are not. I believe that's another licensee that was maybe on this agenda or a different agenda, but I don't think we are.
There was a community meeting that was held on March 29, 2024, and the complaint was that am I looking at number 18?
Yeah, I was present at that meeting. I think that was a different applicant.
17.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm at the wrong number. I withdraw.
Oh, it's okay.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you so much.
Commission, do we have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item 17, DCR core record number 100085 for the premises located at 11045 West Sherman Way. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 12, 2024.
Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Farmby, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Weasel, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are at item 18, DCR Core Record Number 310217. This is a request from Duxv LLC to approve an annual license for a 1,326 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 13312 West Van Nuys Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected official representatives here on this item?
No.
Thank you. We will now hear from staff.
Good afternoon, Andrew Washington, and I will present item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310217 is associated with Duxv LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 28th, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state license number C10-0000-845 LIC to conduct retail with on-site commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 21st, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 13312 West Van Nuys Boulevard, Pacoima, California, 91331, a parcel zone for commercial purposes. The business is located in Council District 7 within the Arleta Pacoima Community Plan area. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Pacoima Neighborhood Council. The business is not in a business improvement district. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. Oral comments were provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. However, written testimony was received complaining that the applicant is close to the Pacoima Health Center, customers misuse handicap parking spaces designated for the health center, and the applicant exacerbates issues such as littering and loitering. There are no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection, so there are no outstanding compliance issues related with this location. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of this annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 3 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth at the CEQA guidelines, sections 15301 and 15332, and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of the exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Commission, are there any questions for staff?
Okay, Commissioner Farmby, I think you mentioned something about, did you say anything about wheelchair compliance in terms of complaints? No?
No, it was customers misusing handicap parking spaces for the health center.
Got it, handicap parking spaces. Thank you.
Any other questions, Commission? Okay, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. Nisrab Kudagulian. Did I get that right? Hey. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon. My name is Mesrop Kuragolian, President Mason, distinguished members of the commission, DCR staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present our application and your consideration. We agree with the DCR recommendation and happy to answer any questions that you may have this time.
Commission, any questions for the applicant?
I just wanted to make sure I got your last name. Can you spell it out for the record, please?
KHOUDAGOULIAN.
Thank you.
No questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. How close are you to the Pacoma Health Center?
Commissioner Lim, I can't estimate exactly, but I would say it's less than 100 feet.
And do you share any parking spaces with them?
We have our own employee parking in the back that has a gate and we control it. So all of our employees park in the back, including the owner operators. I'm an owner operator myself.
How about the customers?
The customers use street parking.
Were you aware that that your customers were using the handicap parking space that was designated for the Pacoma Health Center?
So we've been operational since 2022. And this is the first time, the only complaint that was registered right before our licensing. I have never heard this before, Commissioner Lim. However, we do, all of our customers either cycle, not all of them, sorry. Most of our customers cycle or walk to our store. There's some that drive by, we're on a Van Nuys and park where our store is. I believe the Pacoima Health Center closes like at 5 or something like that. And maybe when they're closed, I haven't seen anything. Maybe that's what they're talking about.
Can you take any remedial actions to make sure your customers don't park at the handicap parking space?
We will from now. This is the first time I'm hearing that they're parking there and they're using their handicap parking space to come into our store. We intend to, we have cameras outside. I have never seen anything. And we also have cameras that are on our telephones. And we have never seen anyone park there or hear any complaints. We've been operating since 2022, and it's the first time I'm hearing that they're upset about some of our customers parking there.
Thank you. Vice President Nash,
I have no questions.
Commissioner Melendez.
Yeah, yes, this is Commissioner Melendez once again. Do you do any kind of community outreach at your location?
Commissioner Menendez, what we do is we hire within the community. So we make sure that we hire within the community because it's easier to get to. We have our events, which are holiday events. We don't pass out Christmas trees because not everybody likes Christmas trees. I mean, I like Christmas trees, but some people like other holiday gifts. So we give out small gifts. We try to not make those gifts child friendly because we don't want any kids coming around to our shop. So we do some outreach like that. We also have I'm an attorney as well, and we have a pro bono clinic that every once in a while we use to give legal advice for people who need it. Most of our customers are predominantly Spanish speaking. So even if it's just telling them what this letter says, whether it's an advertisement or it's something serious that they should consider hiring an attorney for or going seeing an attorney, we do that once a month on a Saturday for 2 hours. We have, it's primarily me, and I got that experience because I'm heading another pro bono clinic at the Bar Association. So this is what we do on Saturdays once a month. And, you know, we have quite a bit of a following. So thank you. Yeah.
Commissioner Farnby.
I have no questions.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion, Commission?
This is Commissioner Farnby. On item 18, DCR Core Record number 310217, applicant Duxv LLC, located at 13312 West Van Nuys Boulevard. I hereby move a motion to accept the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are on item 19, DCR Core Record Number 101743. This is a request from California Compassionate Care Network Incorporated to improve an annual license for a 1,750 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 4720 North Vineland Avenue. Mr. Rizal, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Washington, and I'll present item number 19 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101743 is associated with California Compassionate Care Network, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000481 LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 21st, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 4720 North Vineland Avenue, North Hollywood, California, 91602, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in Council District 2 within the North Hollywood Valley Village Community Plan area. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the NoHo Neighborhood Council. The business is not in a business improvement district. On or about March 7, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council and council office. The district community meeting was held on March 29, 2024. During this meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral comments provided by the applicant's representatives were in favor of the applicant. There were no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection, so there are no outstanding compliance issues related with this location, DCR or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons why DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of this annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the project proposed is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 3 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth at CEQA guidelines section 15301 and 15332, and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Commissioner, are there any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. At this time, we will hear from the applicant's representative, Sarah Dale. Please state your name for the record and you have 10 minutes.
My name is Sarah Dale, and I'm the Director of Public Affairs for MMD Incorporated. This item and the next item are doing business as MMD shops. So I'll do most of my talking right now, and then if there's follow-up questions for the separate item that is next, I'm happy to do that as well. I really want to start by thanking you guys truly and deeply. I don't know, there's no one else here, but I don't know if people understand that you are volunteers, and that's amazing. And I know city staff has put, this is years and years and years in the making, and it's much appreciated by the cannabis community, not only in Los Angeles, as other municipalities in our state open up to cannabis, they're looking to Los Angeles and to San Francisco and to cities who are doing this correctly. And as other states open up, they're looking to the process. And so this really is a landmark commission. And we're just so happy after 17 years to finally be here and to be considered for annual licensing. So actual thank you, gratitude. I want to tell you a little bit about MMD shops. We have been in operations for 17 years. We are, started as a medical collective under the Compassionate Care Act. That is what our philosophy is that cannabis can heal. Recreational is fantastic. People should be able to make choices about healthy lifestyles and how they want to live them. But, a lot of our customers are still patients who just don't have medical cards anymore. And that's really how we approach our business and our operations. We strive to be an operator that shows, the positive impacts that cannabis businesses can have for all in the community. We are deeply invested and deeply engaged in our communities. We donate significant amounts of money every year to nonprofits doing critical work within our communities. All of our employees get 40 hours a year up to in paid volunteer hours. So we not only write checks, we actually are hands-on in our community. We do food and toy drives, and then we do campaigns throughout the year to raise awareness and funds for our nonprofits. We really love to embrace Pride every year because cannabis is legal, because West Hollywood and San Francisco were the first two cities to allow cannabis for palliative care during the HIV crisis. We like to remind people of that history. We also do a huge Black History Month campaign. We talk about inequity, we talk about social equity, and we raise funds for LA nonprofits doing critical work within those communities. We've been under the same ownership and management the entire time, which is also rare. There's a lot of licenses that get tossed around a little bit, but we're very proud of our continuous operations under the same ownership and management. And specifically for Compassionate Care Network, we've been at the same location since 2007. So happy and proud to be here and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commission, any questions for the applicant's representative?
Thanks, Madam President. How you doing?
Good.
Good. You mentioned
Please
that.
state your name.
Oh, I'm Commissioner Farmby. Thank you. You had mentioned the acronym MMD a couple of times. Can you, what is?
Do you want to guess?
No.
Medical Marijuana Dispensary.
Oh, how obvious. All right, thank you.
It's very original. But yes, we operate under mmdshops.com. We have 4 locations in Southern California, 2 of which are going before you tonight. We have a location in Hollywood. I'll be back here soon. We also have a license in Long Beach and one in Redwood City, which is in Northern California.
Thank you.
Commission, any other questions?
This is Vice President Nash. I appreciate your comments and compliments about the commission, and you sound like you're very knowledgeable about the industry. So I just have a question for you. Some people are adversely impacted by cannabis, and some very seriously, just like with alcohol. And I'm wondering if you have if you've contemplated this, if you have any suggestions about ways that people could be educated and helped if they suffer from that infliction.
Well, I think one of the most important things that we do is train our staff, right? Like we still train them the way we did when it was medical, right? Which is serious. What we sell for the most part is ingested. It's, yes, there's topicals, but it's much more like a food and beverage than it is a classic retail. So having bud tenders that have knowledge and conversations with each patient. We don't have an open floor plan. Our stores are one-on-one service, and those conversations help elicit if someone maybe, first of all, is using the wrong product or using it the wrong way. So I think one-on-one conversations are the best way for people to identify, hey, there might be something going on here. At our North Hollywood location, the one that we're talking about right now, for the last, 10, 12 years, we've had drug and alcohol counselors on site once a month, and we have pamphlets out at all of our stores that address addiction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners on my left, any questions? Any additional questions, rather? Okay. Commissioner Lynn?
No
Okay.
questions.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, for item number 19,
No.
DCR core record number 101743 for the business located at 4720 North Vineland Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendation as stated.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Both of you were leaning in. I was like,
leaning.
whoever goes first. Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 20, DCR core record number 101744. This is a request from Canitoden Dispensing Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 1,200 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 13356 West Washington Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon, Andrew Washington, and I will present item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101744 is associated with Canitoden Dispensing Collective, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10000431 LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 15, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC 104.20 for the social equity program. The business premises is located at 13356 West Washington Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90066, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in Council District 11 within the Palms Mar Vista Del Rey Community Plan area. DCR provided notice of the community meeting and public hearing to the Del Rey Neighborhood Council. The business is not located in a business improvement district. On or about March 7, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also given to the nearest neighborhood council and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also provided online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral and or written comments provided by the public in favor of the applicant or against the applicant. There were no complaints filed at this location, and our compliance team has not conducted the annual compliance inspection, so there are no outstanding compliance issues related to this location, DCR or the commission. The staff report lists a number of reasons why DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Thus, DCR recommends the commission approve the issuance of this annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 3 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. In conclusion, since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption as set forth as CEQA guidelines section 15301 and 15332, and none of the applicable exceptions to the use of an exemption apply to the project, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium, state your name for the record, and you have 10 minutes.
Hi, it's Sarah Dale again. I just wanted to specifically state for the Canitoden collective, the item that we're on now. We've been operating out of this location since 2018. And again, always under the same ownership and management. I also did want to just note some of our notable nonprofit partners, because anytime I get to talk about them, I'm happy. So some of our notable partnerships include, we are the first and only cannabis partner for the ALS network, which is the largest provider of services and resources from those suffering from ALS in California and their families. Project Educate, which is a really small but growing nonprofit. We do a lot of hands-on work with them. We do their Skid Row Health Fair. We do a hands-on backpack giveaway in Inglewood with them, and we raise significant amounts of funding for their programming. And the Lavender Effect is one of our main Pride partners, and they are the largest oral history of LGBTQ history. And they really do a whole storytelling series, and they really sort of have a great way of celebrating the LGBTQ community. And so we're really proud to partner with them, and we're always open and looking for more ways to contribute to our community, especially in ways that we believe relates back to the business that we are honored to participate in. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Commission.
It's Commissioner Farmy. Sir, are you operating the same capacity for both in terms of Director of Public Affairs?
Yes, because we operate under the doing business as MMD shops. So when you go to these, a lot of the applicants, their names aren't what the business is registered as. And we have several, we have 5 shops in California, all under the MMD brand. So I'm the Director of Public Affairs for all of them. Our corporate office is in Sherman Oaks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Melendez,
No, I'm good.
Vice President Nash,
No questions.
Commissioner Lim.
No questions.
All right, I have no questions other than, is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 20, DCR core record number 101744 for the business at the premises 13356 West Washington Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 12, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you to the department staff and thank you to the applicants or their representatives who appeared today. This meeting is now adjourned. The time is 6:59 p.m.